Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Asanga, can you hear me? Can we just... Can he hear me? Asanga?
Hi. Yes,
Hi.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Hi,
Can you
hi.
hear us? Can you hear us
I can
clearly?
hear you.
Lovely, lovely.
I can, yeah.
Okay. Oh, great. We can see you now. Perfect.
Okay.
So we'll start in another 10 minutes. Just lower the laptop a little bit so the headroom is a bit less. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Is that okay?
Yeah, lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I request all of you to please start settling down. We're about to start the seminar in a couple of minutes. Gentlemen, I request all of you to please start settling down. We're about to start the seminar in a couple of minutes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nilanjana Banerjee from Bharatshakti.in, and I welcome all of you to this morning's seminar. This is the second in the series of seminars on the Indian Ocean region. I'll refer to it as IOR thereafter. You would have already witnessed one that was conducted by the Indian Navy. Bharatshakti.in's partners at this seminar are the Indian Coast Guard and Invest India. The seminar is on a collaborative approach for safe, secure, and clean seas in IOR. I'll give you a quick overview of the construct of the event that will roll out over the next 3 hours from now. The seminar will be conducted in 3 sessions. The first session will be conducted by Bharatshakti.in as a panel discussion. The second will be undertaken by the Indian Coast Guard. The DG himself will make a presentation. The third session will be undertaken by Invest India, and it involves representatives of a number of PSUs and private sector entities in the Indian defense sector. Let us first begin with a welcome address by Nitin Gokhale. I would like to introduce him quickly. Nitin Gokhale is a media entrepreneur, one of South Asia's leading strategic affairs analysts, and author of several books on military history, insurgencies, and wars. A specialist in conflict coverage, he has covered the insurgencies in India's northeast, the 1999 Kargil conflict, and Sri Lanka's Elam War 4 between 2006 and 2009. He now travels across the globe to speak at seminars and conferences and lecture at India's premier defense colleges. He has founded two niche portals, Bharatshakti.in and stratnewsglobal.com. Nitin, could I request you to please welcome the audience?
Thank you, Nilanjana. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bharatshakti.in is a very small niche portal, as by now many of you would know. It's focused on defense, self-reliance in defense, make in India. And we started this even before it became a national policy. We started in November 2015 because we firmly believe that if India has to become a serious regional and a global power, it needs to have its own defense industrial complex, and the armed forces must be dependent on their own Indian make or Indian made platforms and weapons. That notwithstanding, we are also proud to be the only media entity to be given the honor of conducting a seminar, not just during Aero India. The previous Aero India edition in 2019, we did the same seminar or a similar seminar, and also at Def Expo in Lucknow last year. So this is the third year in running that we have got this, and we are grateful for the support from MOD, from the three armed forces, of course MEA, and all of the organizers who are here who have given us this opportunity. And as it was mentioned just now, this particular 3-hour session is about safe, secure and clean seas in Indian Ocean region. Now, it often overlaps the Indian Ocean region with the new construct that is now being discussed across the globe, the Indo-Pacific. And it has emerged, as all of you know, as a global hotspot in many ways, because there's a geopolitical contest on, call it the new great game if you want, in the seas, because, not the least because of China's aggressiveness and its desire to be a preeminent power, or at least replace America as the preeminent power going forward, maybe another 30 years later. For India, of course, Indo-Pacific is a vast expanse which stretches from eastern shores of Africa to the Western Pacific. And therefore, it's something that India has to engage with so many countries. Yesterday you heard Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh talking about 28 IOR countries. Out of them, 27, I believe, were represented at the IOR Defense Ministers Conclave, either virtually or in person. And therefore, it's important that IOR, Indian Ocean region, remains safe, it remains secure, and has the environmental impact also on the Indian Ocean region to be minimal, so that it continues to be a source of life, sustenance, and of course supporting commerce and maritime traffic. So in that context, I think this is an important seminar, and I'm glad to say that we've got an eminent panel of speakers in the, not just the first session, but also in the second and the third session. The first session is particularly important, and I welcome all of them. Two of them have come particularly for this session. Vikram Doraiswamy, our High Commissioner in Bangladesh, is here, I presume, and not I presume, I know, because he set up the Indo-Pacific division in the MEA. He was the initiator of that division in the Ministry of External Affairs, and of course now holds an important position in one of our important neighbors, Bangladesh. Vice Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, who is the Director General Naval Operations, has come all the way from Delhi, leaving aside his operational responsibilities, and here, welcome all of you. And Salil Gupte, who is the President of Boeing India, is of course a busy man in Aero India. I think Boeing or any OEM and any company that deals in defense, this is for them, this is a very important occasion to collaborate, to explore business possibilities, and of course look for business opportunities. So even he has found time to come here. DG Indian Coast Guard, Mr. Natarajan is here. He's going to do a presentation in the second session. followed by Invest India, which is an important arm looking for investments into Indian companies or Indian market, not just in defense but elsewhere. They are going to do, and there we are going to have all of these shipbuilding yards that India has. Their heads, their chiefs are going to speak about the opportunities and what they can offer, not just to the immediate neighborhood, but also to the extended neighborhood. In that sense, I think it's an important occasion for all of us to deliberate. I welcome all of you once again, and of course, then proceed for the first session, which again, I am honored to moderate as we go forward. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, and I look forward to very important deliberations, which we can take away some of the points from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nitin. We will start with the first session now, Geopolitical Issues and Business Climate in IOR. Geopolitical consolidation of IOR countries is necessitated by the expansionism displayed by China. Security of global commons mandates closer cooperation among IOR nations. India can also provide modern platforms for IOR countries to build their strengths and keep the region stable and global commons safe. India is also an excellent destination for foreign investment in research, manufacturing, and also as an MRO hub for the defense sector. With the government having relaxed the norms for foreign equity participation and India itself providing a huge market, foreign investments in the Indian defense sector could be a high payoff zone. I would like to introduce our panelists. Joining us online from Sri Lanka is Asanga Abayagunasekara. Asanga is an international security and geopolitics analyst and strategic advisor from Sri Lanka. He has led 2 government think tanks providing strategic advocacy. He is a prolific writer, a keen commentator on geopolitics, international relations, and South Asian security matters. He has 2 decades of experience in the government sector in advisory positions, and he was the founding Director General of the National Security Think Tank under the Ministry of Defense. I welcome you to the session, Asanga. Can you hear me and can you see us?
Yes. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you, Asanga. We can see you too. Great to have you, and thank you very much for joining the session. Nitin, may I request you to escort our other 3 panelists, and I will introduce you one by one as you come up. The High Commissioner to Bangladesh, DG Naval Operations, and President Boeing India. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Vikram K. Doraiswamy. He joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1992. After several stints abroad, he was posted as India's Consul General in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2009. He has been the head of division for the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. He was Joint Secretary of the Americas Division of the MEA, thereafter Ambassador of India to Uzbekistan. Currently, he is a High Commissioner to Bangladesh. Ambassador Doraiswamy, thank you very much for joining the panel. I would like to introduce Vice Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, Director General, Naval Operations. Vice Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi is a communication and electronic warfare specialist, and in the course of his distinguished service, he has served on frontline warships of the Indian Navy in several roles. He has commanded INS Vinash, INS Kirch, and INS Trishul. As a flag officer, he has also commanded the Eastern Fleet from January 2018 to March 2019. Since August 2020, he took over as the DG Naval Operations at the Naval Headquarters. Thank you very much to agree to be a part of this panel. Now may I introduce Salil Gupte. Salil Gupte, President of Boeing India and the Senior In-Country Executive who integrates and advances Boeing's activities in India across its 3 business units, Boeing Commercial Airplanes, Boeing Global Services, and Boeing Defense, Space and Security, leading a team of 3,500 employees across New Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and Chennai. Salil is also a member of the Executive Board of the US ISPF, dedicated to strengthening US-India bilateral and strategic partnership. Thank you very much, Salil, for being a part of the panel. I now hand over the session to Nitin.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Nilanjana, and my apologies. I did not welcome my friend Asanga because I just missed his name in the list. But Asanga has always been very cooperative and very prompt to agree to our requests. He's been on our programs on the websites as well as coming here. Thank you, Asanga, for joining. And if you all agree, we'll give our guest the first turn to speak. If you can take about 7 to 8 minutes, Asanga, for your opening remarks, and then we'll come back to you in the question answer session. Over to you, Asanga, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Nitin. It's always a pleasure to be at a panel where you're moderating. And congratulations to Bharatshakti on this very important discussion. Let me straight away get to the sort of topic which I would like to share, the geopolitics that Sri Lanka, the island nation, is facing. If you look at the importance of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean, I think all of you are aware of the strategic location, the geostrategic location of Sri Lanka. The strategic neck of water which connects Indian Ocean to the South China Sea will be one of the most important waterways in the Indian Ocean. So in this regard, Sri Lanka is important because most of the sea lines of communication, which is touching Sri Lankan shores, has been sort of identified by many external, extra-regional powers, as well as the Sri Lanka's strategic concern is something that we need to sort of understand in this geopolitical context. So, to the Chinese sphere of influence in Sri Lanka, which is quite significant. You could see a few days ago, even with the East Container Terminal, which was basically a tripartite agreement, which with the government has stopped it and sort of moved it to from the East Container Terminal to the West Container Terminal. So there is a significant footprint of Chinese influence coming to the island in different when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to strategic projects. There are 4 strategic projects. I mean, they basically have been shelved by Sri Lankan government. One is the ICG, the Millennium Challenge Corporation Fund, which is 180 million. Then next was the status of force agreement, the Japanese as well as the
Asanga, can I just interrupt you, Asanga? I think you're not very audible. Is there some problem in the connection? Is there a way that you can improve the thing? Because we're not able to make out what you're saying really. It's very erratic. You want to cut the video? It's okay if you want to cut the video and just speak. That may give us a... Yeah.
Could you is it clear now?
This is better.
Better? Okay. My apologies for that. So what I was speaking was about the growing Chinese footprint in Sri Lanka in terms of when it comes to certain projects, when it comes to infrastructure diplomacy carried out. The recent visit of the senior ambassador Yang Jiski to Sri Lanka, it was a sort of a key moment in the bilaterals with Chinese and the Sri Lankan policymakers. What you
who's that coming in between? We lost you, Asanga, I think. Okay, we'll come back to you, Asanga, if you can ask someone can be in touch with him and see that he only speaks on the audio, not on the video. In the meantime, let me request Vikram to start his remarks, maybe 7-8 minutes, and then we'll talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, Nitin, and and to all my fellow panelists. Pleasure to be here in Bangalore with you on this very useful topic. Let me very quickly set out the perspective that informs us when we look at the dual issues of challenges and opportunities in the Indo-Pacific region, in particular the Indian Ocean region. First of all, we should recognize that we live in an era of heightened geopolitics in which we face multi-layered and multi-vector challenges. As policymakers, whether you wear the white uniform or whether you wear a suit, the point is very similar. You are faced with an environment that is uniquely distinct from what we faced, say, 10 or 20 years ago. And the complications that we face are set to increase further. So the challenges are well known, and I don't want to get into the minutiae of the difficulties that we face when we look at the Indian Ocean region and the Indo-Pacific. You know, we know all the cliches of how much of our energy and how much of our trade goes through it. But what is important is to focus on the granularity of it. What is missing is an understanding that we in this broader region, the 5 sub-regions that constitute the Indian Ocean region or an expanded Indo-Pacific, are not really the fundamental players of what goes through our regions. So if you look at all the flows of energy or trade that go through, not all of it is going point to point between the countries of the region or the sub-regions. If you look at business and investment, it is largely externally driven rather than internally driven within the region. So what this points to is 2 fundamental challenges. One is that structures within the region are non-existent. So, or if they are existent, they are limited in their extent and reach. So we have an Indian Ocean Rim Association, which is still an association looking for more detailed relevance, which we have pushed hard along with our partners, in particular the Australians and the Indonesians, but also Mauritius and others, to give this entity greater coherence in driving forward regionalism. We lack security architecture in the region, which again is a limiting factor. So, you know, the dependence of the Indo-Pacific strategy on a strong ASEAN role and a central ASEAN role comes from this, that the existing institutions must be strengthened. We lack clarity on how these 5 sub-regions are to be integrated if you are to create a coherent sense of cooperative structures, something like, say, the OSCE, an equivalent of it in Asia and the African littoral. And we also lack an understanding of the fundamental challenge of our times, which is that we live in an era in which there is an unprecedented rise not only of China, but also at a time when other large countries, India in particular, but also Indonesia, are also rising. Historically, this is an unusual circumstance, and it is, in a strategic sense, unprecedented. You are not only seeing this in a 3-country or 4-country sort of scenario, but you also see this in the context of countries that, so to speak, have already risen, like Japan and Korea, which are economically weighty, in sense perhaps playing less of a strategic role, or Australia, which is an important player in both ideation of the Indo-Pacific and also in economics and strategic terms. So in this broad context, how do you create a more cooperative sense of partnership? How do you deal with the fundamental challenges of underdevelopment, overpopulation, youth unemployment, unequal economic growth in each of our countries, which is the bedrock on which geopolitics thrives? To put it differently, if you had stable economic development, strong regional institutions, strong cooperative institutions, then geopolitical friction wouldn't necessarily flow into the countries of this region. If you had better connectivity from the littorals and the sea and the island states to continental Asia and continental Africa, you would probably be in a situation where geopolitics would have less relevance. So this is the broad schematic perspective that has driven our effort in creating, in the Government of India, a more coherent effort to respond. So what have we been doing in response? Our responses have followed top-down, in a sense, with the Prime Minister's ideation of the notion of Sagar, first of all. the idea that security and growth must be for all, which, if you see in the context of what I've just said, it sets an overarching policy idea on how to deal with the challenge of fragmented diplomacy, modest economic development, and a sense that countries can actually look at each other as means of creating regional architecture and regional growth opportunities. Sorry, I suppose since it's Aero India, it seems appropriate that we get disturbed by aero engines. Beyond that, the Prime Minister's next big step in terms of the government's ideation of opportunity was to set out India's own Indo-Pacific perspective in his very important speech at the Shangri-La Dialogue in June 2018 in Singapore. Essentially, what he set out was the idea that we need to look at this from our own perspective. In other words, an Indian perspective. It doesn't need to be an Indo-Pacific strategy that is accepted by everybody, but Indo-Pacific strategies that are owned by the countries of the region. And in this, Australia has really been a thought leader in many senses, setting up its own architecture. But ASEAN has also come up with its own Indo-Pacific strategy, and indeed countries with relevance to the region have or are in the region with their own economics and military presence have also come up with their own Indo-Pacific strategies. This includes Japan, of course, most significantly, but also includes France, which sees itself very much as an Indo-Pacific power. What we have tried to set out in these two structures is the idea of a non-confrontational approach to integrating the larger challenges of the day, to manage geopolitics, and to set in place a benchmark or a threshold that stands good for the legal and the sort of common threshold that must apply to all countries in terms of an Indo-Pacific approach, which is to say you want an Indo-Pacific region that is based upon the fundamental pillars of a rules-based order, a fundamental pillar of a system that guarantees the opportunities and growth and the rights of all nations to grow within a similar sort of space, and that no country, large or small, should have a sort of an outsized footprint on this region. In that context, a further step forward was what the Prime Minister put forward in Bangkok at the East Asia Summit in November of 2019, in which he set out his Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. This was fleshed out for him by the Indo-Pacific Division, which, as Nitin said, I had the honor to be part of the setup team. And our effort there was to set out 7 broad pillars of activity in which we would seek to bring on board countries that would be partners who would run with each of these pillars themselves. We didn't say that this is an Indian initiative and that we want India to take forward these pillars. We wanted ASEAN, we wanted Japan, indeed we wanted even France, China, Japan, the US to play a role with this, because logically the more people who are involved in creating structures, the less there is space for geopolitical contestation. So the 7 pillars, just to remind everybody, were maritime security, maritime ecology, looking at the ecological challenge of maritime pollution, maritime resources, capacity building and resource sharing, disaster risk reduction and management, science, technology and academic cooperation, and trade connectivity and maritime transport. I'm very pleased to say that right at the outset, Australia and now Japan have been forward-leaning on this set of pillars, with both Australia and Japan having decided to take forward a pillar apiece. Japan is in fact looking at doing events including in Bangladesh, which I suppose gives me continuing relevance on the subject. But what we see with this is an effort for everybody within the region to come forward and create cooperative structures to bring in both the littoral states and the island states, but also stepping further afield to take, say, for instance, connectivity beyond. That could include Central Asia. It could include the sort of landlocked countries of South Asia, Nepal and Bhutan in particular, as well as the world's largest bay, so the Bay of Bengal countries, bringing a BIMSTEC footprint to it, and bringing the West Asian footprint also, bringing in Iran, the Middle Eastern countries and the Gulf countries, so that there is a sense that everybody's interests are integrated. Let me stop with that so that there is time for others to speak too.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Vikram. Very comprehensive overview of where India is going and what India is looking at. And I think you highlighted the fact that this is an unprecedented time in geopolitics, in world history perhaps, where simultaneously several powers are rising or are becoming powerful simultaneously. That becomes an issue. Where it ends, we don't know, but there are several strands to it. On that note, let me invite Vice Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, who is Director General Naval Operations, to put forth the Navy's role in this entire construct that we are talking about for safe, secure and clean seas in IOR, of course, as a larger overarching theme, but also on geopolitical issues and business climate in the IOR, which then I'll ask Salil to go forward. Over to you.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you for giving the seasoned diplomats' perspective on the theme of today's seminar. I would endeavor to give the maritime domain practitioners' view. Flag officers, distinguished participants from India and abroad, my esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here in the Garden City, Bengaluru, to participate in this very contemporary seminar. And it is very aptly titled Geopolitical Issues and Business Climate in the Indian Ocean Region. I must truly compliment Bharatshakti organization and Mr. Nitin Gokhale for organizing this. And I'm grateful for inviting me to be part of this seminar and share my thoughts on what we think is important and what is happening in the Indian Ocean region and beyond, as does my Excellency. I'm sure all present here would agree that India was, India is, and India will always remain a maritime nation. And this is largely being accepted, already accepted by the whole of government, that India is a maritime nation, despite whatever is happening anywhere else. Due to its favorable geography, we are aware what we are talking. The peninsula juts almost 2,000 kilometers into the Indian Ocean. And as per Mahan, it's one of the major tenets of becoming a naval power. So that is a blessed thing which India has got, a favorable geography. India indeed occupies a pole position in the Indian Ocean region. There's no doubt about it. Largely because of the geography and of course the size. This IOR, when we talk about, I think Nitin mentioned in his opening remarks, it extends from the Persian Gulf and the east coast of Africa in the west to Malacca and the west coast of Australia and the Indonesian archipelago in the east. It's a huge, huge area. Although smaller in size than the Atlantic and the Pacific, Indian Ocean is about 20% of the water body. Many experts have believed and now increasingly believe that the 21st century will largely be about what happens in this region. And I can safely say, and I'm sure my friends sitting here would agree, that we are already witnessing the geopolitical importance of the Indian Ocean and the larger Indo-Pacific from whatever has transpired so far in the first 2 decades of this millennium. And it's all there in the domain. I don't want to go into the specifics. Now, why it has happened? Largely propelled by the world's continued reliance on the hydrocarbon resources of the Gulf countries and significant quantum of trade and energy, as alluded by the High Commission, which transits through multiple international shipping lanes and, most importantly, some of the world's most critical choke points from west to east. this region, and when I call this region means IOR, is now the center of gravity, so to say, of the world. Some people extend it to Indo-Pacific, but as I would restrict it to IOR. Further, and even ever assertive China, we are aware, and the region's proximity to the volatile South China Sea adds to the importance of IOR. That is why we see a large number of presence of extra-regional forces in IOR and less in Indo-Pacific. Of course, the situation in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea presently, as for the last many years, brings in another set of challenges for the world and also for India. Apart from traditional threats, state on state and other threats which I mentioned, the piracy, maritime terrorism, non-state actors, grey zone operations, human and narcotics trafficking, and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, IUU fishing, are some of the other non-conventional challenges being faced by most countries in the IOR. We do know that this region sees 2/3 of the global oil shipments, 1/3 of the bulk cargo, and half of the container traffic, etc., etc. But more importantly, for India, 90% of our trade by volume and 85% of our energy needs transit through the seas. And that is why India will always remain a maritime nation. And therefore, the security of global commons and impregnable maritime security is absolutely essential for our nation's development and well-being of our people. The Indian Navy, being the prime instrument of our country's maritime security, has therefore a critical role to play. In concert with other agencies like Coast Guard and other organizations of the Government of India, we remain combat-ready, credible and cohesive force in compliance with the commander's intent of our Chief of the Naval Staff. Very unambiguous. We also remain committed to be an effective preferred security partner for IOR littorals in thoughts and in deeds, and contribute proactively to various foreign cooperation initiatives of the Government of India, which I'm sure the MEA has acknowledged in various fora, including our Honorable External Affairs Minister recently, about 2 weeks back. Undoubtedly, the Navy's all 4 classical roles. Any Navy worth its salt had 4 classical roles, and that is the military, constabulary, diplomatic, and benign, are being harnessed to the fullest to enhance maritime security and safety of global commons, as I told earlier, and ensure unhindered use of the seas for our nation's and region's development. We are not only self-centered, region's development. In effect, our actions are truly guided by our Prime Minister's vision of Sagar, both in our concept of operations as well as in the execution of tasks across the spectrum of maritime domain. We are aware the IOR littorals face day-to-day multiple and unique challenges. Each country has got its own challenge, some of whom lack the requisite capacity and capability to address them effectively. India has increasingly demonstrated the willingness to provide the necessary support as requested by the governments of these littorals. These includes, but are not limited to HADR, hydrographic surveys, exclusive economic zone surveillance, information sharing, including on unlawful activities, both from and at sea. We carry out coordinated patrols, training of personnel, provision of hardware and assets, and most importantly, being there when required by the IO littorals. I think that is the confidence which the Indian Navy gives. Even during the global pandemic through the last year, India and the Indian Navy stood shoulder to shoulder with our IO littorals, culminating into the supply of the COVID vaccine recently to many of these littorals. Indian Navy has also devised and is part of a number of regional, multilateral and bilateral constructs to foster a collective and collaborative approach. Some of these, like the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium or IONS, the Goa Maritime Conclave, are being utilized effectively to address the common challenges of our region. The Navy is also in the forefront of other government's initiatives such as the IORA, the IPOI, that is the Indian Pacific Ocean Initiative, Neighborhood First, and the Act East policy, etc. As Honorable Rakshamanti brought out yesterday, every naval person in uniform is indeed a mobile ambassador of the country. And we in Whites are really very, very proud of this role. Specifically, the Navy has done a lot in the recent last couple of years. I don't want to get into it. Maybe I will cover during the deliberations. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very succinct and important overview of what the Indian Navy does. We all know, of course, that since 2004 tsunami, actually the Indian Navy in recent times has come of age, and it's only grown multiple times in the kind of varied tasks it does. Thank you for that. So on that note, I think it's appropriate that I ask Salil to talk about security and the role played by an important military and kind of a company that provides so many platforms that secure our seas and our region in that sense. So over to you, Salil.
Sure, thank you, Nitin, and thank you to all of the audience who's joining us in person and via the hybrid event. I think this has been a showcase here at Aero India this week of what can be accomplished even during the COVID pandemic, and I think everyone has a lot to be proud of in how this event has gone off. I want to thank my fellow panelists, the High Commissioner and the DGNO. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to focus on a few areas. One, I will give a perspective about IOR, relationships, because Boeing is a U.S. OEM, a little bit from a U.S. perspective, and then talk a little bit more about the business side of IOR and how the reorientation of supply chains affects the balance of power in the IOR, and how India can leverage the current moment, because we are at a unique moment in time as the world recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic, and that has an effect on India's security. So a little bit of a mix of the U.S. perspective and then the overall business perspective on this topic. From the U.S. standpoint, I think everyone in white certainly knows this, and much of the audience does too. For Boeing, it's very important to have important cooperation between the U.S. Navy and the Indian Navy and IOR. And, the U.S. Navy looks at it as the Indo-Pacific region, as we all know, and we're terming it differently here, as the DGNO noted. But ultimately, the spirit is the same, that the U.S. and India have grown closer together, and India has done more joint exercises with the U.S. now than the U.S. does with any non-NATO partner. So that's a tremendous evolution of this relationship over the last 10 to 15 years. There's been regular security dialogues now. There are all the foundational agreements, the BECA, the COMCASA, LAMOA, the ISA that have been signed. And all of these bring India into that status that the U.S. has given it as the major defense partner. Admiral Laubacher, the U.S. defense attaché in Delhi, I'll just wait for the lovely sound. Look, I mean, it's a beautiful sound. Whether it's one of my aircraft or not, it's a lovely sound. But I'll just, So Admiral Laubacher gave an extremely eloquent talk about all of the different areas of U.S.-India cooperation yesterday at a seminar. And honestly, the 5 minutes of her talk was a list, and it was shocking to me how much it's grown just in the last 2 years, right? And it's just accelerating at such an incredible pace. I'll give you one example that's particularly near and dear to Boeing's heart, is the interoperability on P8I platforms, a premier maritime patrol platform globally. If you look at how the Indian Navy uses that aircraft, it is like a Swiss Army knife. It is so incredibly versatile, and no one uses that versatility better around the world, whether it's the US, the UK, anyone, no one uses it better than the Indian Navy. And frankly, I think no one uses it more. I mean, 29,000 flight hours since the first deliveries. And those types of platforms and the interoperability, the networked capability and communication going forward is going to be a very important part of the US-India relationship in the IOR. And that's just one example of it. Now, I want to move to the business side of this, and this is for any OEM's perspective, not just the US perspective. From a business standpoint, India has a unique opportunity here in this region because supply chains are reorienting as part of the recovery from COVID-19. I think when COVID-19 initially hit in February, March of 2020, or hit this region anyways, factories were shut down around the world. And eventually they started getting open again. But supply chains in defense and support for defense equipment was hindered for a short period of time. And working together with partners, Indian government and the states, we, along with many other OEMs, worked to get our factories running again. And India's handling of the pandemic showed that it can handle a crisis well and continue business and continue delivery to important government customers and forces around the world. Now, why does that matter? It's because that's a lesson that the world has now learned about India's resilience. That's absolutely critical, because going forward, India is seeking a larger share of business, not just in this region, but throughout the world. They want to make more platforms. They want to strengthen their defense base. And now that India has proven itself through this COVID-19 pandemic, you will see more and more of this work coming to India. Just this week alone, Boeing has made some announcements regarding on manufacturing with our joint venture in Hyderabad, more work being placed there, on services and MRO agreements for the P8I with Airworks, and then of course an agreement with SpiceJet on maintenance training. You know, all of those kinds of things are going to orient themselves more towards India. And that's the COVID pandemic recovery element of it. That's the opportunity that we have. But there's another opportunity, which is to serve the IOR as well, right? We talk a lot about Make in India for India. We talk about Make in India for the world, and we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Fine. But let's remember that India can be a hub to service the IOR. Initially, most people think about it from a civil aviation standpoint, and India can be a tremendous workshop. This is what China did for much of the world. But India has an opportunity that China does not, and that is to offer services on the defense side as well. And that's a unique placement for India, because there is no other nation in the world that has the market size for both civil and defense aviation. From a Boeing standpoint, that means that India stands alone in being able to be a provider to IOR and nations here and all of the partners that India has. And I think that that will create billions of dollars in business opportunity over the next decade to 2 decades. And I think these foundational things that have happened this week in terms of maintenance, repair partnerships, skilling partnerships are going to be very important to allowing India to fructify those billions of dollars in opportunities. So from my standpoint, that is what the geopolitical flowing into the business side of things looks like in the IOR.
Thank you, Salil. I think that was very comprehensive. Actually combining the business side and the security side, you've laid out a roadmap, and truly India is in a unique position now to offer services to the region in terms of being the workshop or maybe even a manufacturing hub going forward in a decade or so. Thank you very much for that. I want to go back to Asanga. Asanga, if we can rejoin us through the audio alone, maybe then we'll be able to hear you properly, because we are very eager to understand what Sri Lanka thinks and what you think about the Indian Ocean region and the current geopolitical status here. Over to you, Asanga, in Colombo.
Thanks, Nazin. Is it clear now?
Very clear. Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, great. Okay, great. I'm just going to make 3 points, which is, I think, really important in this discussion. While I agree with the other panelists with their comments, there are 3 areas which I want to highlight. One is in the Indian Ocean region. I see malign mercantilist practices coming in, and these malign practices hinder basically the Indian Ocean, regions, our attempt to create a rules-based order, free and open Indo-Pacific. Now, one has to be extremely careful or be cautious with this, with malign practices creeping into nations. Sri Lanka has been sort of seeing this trend, unfortunately. I mean, you would see that from infrastructure projects, you would see that from the militarization, the democratic footprint. To secure the democratic footprint is really, really important. When it comes to play the larger the role, you need to have the local, the domestic mechanism strengthened. And I see that happening in the region, especially in the post-pandemic, in Sri Lanka, in Myanmar, and many other places. So the first point is on the malign practices. The second is on the achievements of minilaterals, which Sri Lanka, for example, had recently with Maldives and India. This is a huge achievement with the minilateral the nation had. So we need more of the minilaterals like this, and we need to sort of strengthen the minilaterals so that we could look at strengthening the regional security architecture in the sort of the longer run. The third point I want to mention is projects such as Camario, which the European Union is involved in the Indian Ocean. They're really important. And these projects should come into countries like Sri Lanka and also to the, from the east to the western Indian Ocean. And that's really, really important. So these are the 3 points I want to mention. And one, I think the geopolitical tension, which is in the China, be it China, US, has ripple effects to nations like, the littoral nations like Sri Lanka. I think the Chinese footprint expanding not only on infrastructure, but also at the political level, which is the Chinese Communist Party's, influence, has to be calculated also. Thank you.
That was very succinct, and I think very important points you made about strengthening democratic footprints in Asia or in Indo-Pacific or Indian Ocean region, because I think the minilaterals that you mentioned also is based on that construct, and in fact Quad, which none of us have mentioned in this context so far, is also one of those groupings which is doing the pushback or is attempting to do a pushback against China's assertiveness in the region. In that context, Sri Lanka is a key player, located as it is on the crucial, if one can call the maritime highway. And therefore, what Sri Lanka thinks and what Sri Lanka does is extremely important. Thank you very much, all four of panelists here. In fact, and we are open to questions. We have about 5 to 7 minutes for any questions, any comments that our audience may have. And then we'll take questions online if there are any. Over to, it's open to anybody for asking questions. Okay, come there and speak. I don't think anybody has any question. I can't see. Yeah, please go to the mic and speak.
Am I audible? I'm Captain Rahul Mehta. Mr. Salil, I'm the PATA ISKCON in Rajali. I've come from there. Sir, my question is to the ambassador, sir. I have spent 1 year in Bangladesh. I did my staff college there. Sir, our vision is to have this Sagar and to give security in the region. But from Bangladesh's perspective, sir, since you are there, what do they expect, sir, from us? Because we say security, threat environment, but once you talk from Bangladesh's point of view, what kind of security is he looking for? Is the country looking for? Or it still boils down to probably more of economic support?
Thank you. I suppose this is one I can't even duck and pass on to other panelists. So thank you for that question. Look, let's understand that the best guess I can give you, of course, is my understanding of what their conversations are, since I represent India and Bangladesh, not the other way around. But my understanding of their interest is they see themselves very much as a country with direct maritime interests, both from the standpoint of resource, access to resources in the Bay of Bengal, but also to sort of reclaiming their historic role in trade in the region, in utilization of fishing rights, etc. And they see that the resolution of the maritime boundary dispute that they had with us and with Myanmar through the award of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in July of 2014, that has given them a capacity to now reach out and actually do more with the bay space. Now, when we look at this, the way to go forward is to encourage them to see themselves as role players in this, which they are. I mean, this is their interest, their right, their maritime territory. In this, to recognize that India is, to quote DGNO's point, there is the benign and the diplomatic role of the Navy which is important here. After all, the Indian Navy has had a founding role in the foundation of the Bangladesh Navy through Operation Jackpot in 1971. And there is therefore an opportunity for us to find a suitable niche in the evolving Bangladeshi maritime ecosystem. This should involve, in my personal view at least, 4 broad pillars. One pillar is to try and create interest as a business proposition. That business proposition should include things like joint production of various classes of vessels. This could include, say, patrol boats, OPVs, of say the 45-meter mid-size class. It could include riverine patrols like electric patrol vessels for the Sundarbans, where they need, like us, to sustain the unique ecology of the Sundarbans. And it could include joint technology transfer projects where we can open up some of our order book, which I presume the defense PSUs will permit me for saying they are unable to fulfill for the Navy and the Coast Guard, our own Navy and Coast Guard. So this kind of a partnership would give them confidence that we are not seeking only our own advantage, but a collaborative advantage. A second pillar of this, apart from joint production, would be helping develop maritime infrastructure. 92% of Bangladesh's external trade goes through Chittagong port. The port facilities are hugely stressed. It adds a huge factor of cost to efficient economic production, and thereby making investment, adding to the cost of investment by that significant percentage. If we could help effectively through suitable consortia of construction companies and specialist agencies of the Government of India in developing in partnership maritime infrastructure in Bangladesh, which they're looking for anyway. It would then strengthen our capacity to say we are able to help you in what you need in a manner that you define. So, it's not a supply push, but it's demand pull partnerships. Third, capacity development. We have significant space for capacity development programs with Bangladesh. We are already doing a lot of it in MEA. This includes training Bangladesh Coast Guard at Coast Guard facilities, Bangladesh Navy at naval facilities of India, and increasing our outreach to them, including to providing capital goods for their Navy. We have a credit line that is comparatively untouched. We could increase our capacity, which we're trying very hard to push.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, that's useful to know. I don't think I said anything that I shouldn't have had recorded. But from that perspective, if it's possible for us to look at building up that pillar, there is then an opportunity for us. And finally, it's a small thing, but we tend not to do this well, which is to recognize that they have certain pillars of great capacity in Bangladesh. We tend not to want to give them credit for that and to say there is something we can learn from you, which, why not? Why should we not be open to that? What do I mean by this? Specifically, Bangladesh, for a variety of reasons linked to the scale of destruction wrought upon them in part by the Pakistanis when they were losing the war in 71, and then by the lack of opportunity to rebuild infrastructure. They have, for instance, extraordinary capacities in riverine transport. They are very, very good at it, and they do a lot of riverine transport without necessarily the kind of navaids that we have. Because of a factor of our success in moving goods using road and rail, we use waterways comparatively less. Now that our government is developing waterways, we could, for instance, benefit from this with Bangladesh. Merchant marine. Bangladesh exports a lot of merchant marine in the sense their seamen are out. They're, in a sense, competitors of ours. Could we look at ways in which we can not see this as a competitive relationship and give them credit and work with them on some of this? A last and final point that I'd like to make is integration of capacity. We have a lot of capacities available to us, from the Coast Guard to our Ministry of Earth Sciences, meteorological capacities, fisheries, prediction of fish stock, where you can catch, where fish stock is more likely to be available, bringing science to it, and of course, maritime port capacities. If we could coalesce this and create a one-stop shop, and maybe some of you in the white uniform, when you retire, you could look at this as a unique service that India could provide. But as a plug-and-play project that you could offer our neighbors, this would have huge value. Of course, this is my own off-the-cuff thing. I've not been authorized to tell you this. But I think this is something that we have huge value, which we don't tap. Partly because we're so busy in our own silos, everybody, MEA, MOD, Navy, Coast Guard. If we could do something that's integrative, we have something that's unique to be able to provide. Thank you.
That was great. In fact, that is one of our most important relationships, and like Vikram said, there are benefits on both sides if we collaborate more. I mean, waterways you mentioned, I remember Brahmaputra is hardly utilized. I mean, actually you can go through Brahmaputra, through Bangladesh, one can connect West Bengal. I mean, that riverine project has been in the works for some time, but if it can be speeded up with the kind of expertise that Bangladesh has, certainly that is there. Anybody else has any question? Yes, please, one last question. Please come to the mic, and then we are going to wind up here. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nikhil Joshi. I'm a CEO of a software company. My question, probably anybody from the panel could take, is that how are all of you looking at software or technology to help in addressing these geopolitical uncertainties? And if you could share some of the challenges that you are looking where, the software community or the technology community could probably help, in addressing. Thank you.
I think I'll ask Salil to respond to this.
Yeah, so I'll start. I think that's a fair question. I think the technology industry plays a large role in, bringing India and its partners together. If you look at just some of the products that we have in India, I'd mentioned the P8I, since we're largely having a naval discussion here. And I mentioned connectivity, right? That connectivity and the capabilities of the aircraft are largely driven by hardware combined with software. Much of the work that we do in terms of software around the world is done here at our Bangalore Engineering Center. And I think that is a capability that India has. Everyone knows India has it, and we're going to continue to grow that here, not just for India's products for India, but India's products for the world as well. So all of the partners that India has militarily, U.S. and others that purchase that equipment from the Boeing company, much of that work is going to be done here. And I think, India, the world knows how big a role India plays there.
Thank you.
You want to add a point? Yeah.
If I may.
Yes.
Just as a thought, put yourself in the shoes of some of our neighboring countries and look at the complications that they face in the frontier areas of technology. They understand the opportunity. Many of them have, quite frankly, better internet connectivity than many of us, because we've now, we are kind of in the mature phase, so you have far more cell phone drops than they have, for instance, or whiteouts and dead zones, etc. What they face is a significant challenge of being able to be heard in the global economic business discourse and in the global policy discourse on software. So here are three ways in which we could help. One, data. Data is the new gold. So we in India have huge initiatives on data storage, and that is giving us both a political weight in the discourse in ICANN and in Geneva about how the evolution of this, the internet version 6 and beyond will go. Do we go into islanded internet, or do we go on to another pathway? This is not where a number of our partner countries in the region are currently. This is something that we could actually work with partners, leveraging data in a broader sub-regional context. Two, applications and platforms. Because of the uniqueness of our linguistic and cultural connect, say with Bangladesh, we're the only other country in the world that has Bangla as an official language. Can we leverage content creation? Bangladesh is doing some fantastic stuff with applications for delivery and content. What they need is to be able to widen that ecosystem. So allowing Bangladeshi apps to be used here, for instance, at least in the Bengali-speaking areas, content generation for Bangladesh. Something similar could also be done with Sri Lanka, with Maldives, with Nepal and Bhutan. So, you leverage and create synergies that take away the border and allow businesses to grow on both sides of the border. So there is a business driving thing. And third, if we face challenges with fake news, no matter which side of the political aisle you might be on, imagine how much bigger it is in some of our neighboring countries. Can we find a discourse for some of this? I mean, just three ideas to leave you with. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you on that. Yeah.
No, he'll feel aggrieved if I don't say anything. Indian Navy is a highly technology intensive service, and we are actually technology hungry, so to say. And therefore, we are always on the lookout for anything new which can help us in carrying out our operations, carrying out our administration. We have recently, last year, inaugurated the Center of Excellence on Artificial Intelligence, Big Data Analytics, which are functioning now. Of course, a long way to go. We have created last year, our Honorable Raksha Mantri inaugurated the Indian Navy's Innovation and Indianization Organization. Now that is dealing with a multitude of companies all over India to support the Atmanirbhar Bharat of the Government of India. And from startups to MSMEs to anybody who's interested in doing business with India is welcome. So technology has a major role to play. In fact, if we read the open literature, what is happening in the larger geopolitical clashes, what is happening, technology is the major thing to contributor, also the disruptor. And so you are more than welcome to join in this our journey in the Navy. Thank you.
I think let me give a last word to Asanga. I think you wanted to say something, Asanga? Unless you have something to say, I'm going to wind up here.
Just to add a quick remark basically to that question, Project Commodito has a technical, software assisting the nations on Coast Guard, and also the MRCC, Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers, as well as the fusion centers, if they can be collaborated through softwares, the littoral nations like Sri Lanka would also benefit.
Right. Thank you very much. On that note, I want to close the session by thanking my panelists here, the DGNO, the High Commissioner to Bangladesh, Vikram Doraiswamy, Salil Gupte, Asanga, Abhay Gunashekara from Colombo. Fantastic session. Thank you very much. Lots of takeaways. I'm sure all of you will agree. Thank you very much for this, and I'm giving it to Nilanjana to one formality that she has to complete. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, panelists. May I request Nitin to please present mementos to our panelists. I would also like to thank Asanga for joining us all the way from Sri Lanka. A memento to Shri Vikram Doraiswamy, the High Commissioner to Bangladesh. Vice Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, Director General, Naval Operations. And Salil Gupte, President, Boeing India. Thank you very much for this session. We'll maintain social distancing and pose for a photograph. Yes, as much as possible. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Without any further ado, while the changeover is happening, I would like to move on to the second session of the seminar, an Indian Coast Guard presentation titled Collaborative and Cooperative Mechanism for Ocean Peacekeeping in IOR. Let me introduce the session. The dynamic maritime challenges of today can be addressed through a cooperative framework as the seas and oceans are all interconnected, and it is beyond the capability of any one nation to address these challenges. A collaborative and cooperative mechanism for maritime cooperation between the neighbors of in the Indian Ocean region can effectively address these shared maritime challenges. India has enunciated the vision of Sagar for ensuring collective growth of all nations and peace and prosperity in the IOR. Indian Coast Guard, in its role as India's principal peacetime maritime agency and a dependable partner, has taken the lead in forging strong bilateral and regional partnerships for ensuring safe, secure and clean seas in the IOR. It is my honor to introduce the Director General of the Indian Coast Guard, who will be conducting the session, Shri K. Natarajan. Director General Krishnaswamy Natarajan, PVSM, PTM-TM, joined the Indian Coast Guard on 18 January 1984 and took over the helm of ICG on 30th June 2019. He was instrumental in giving a fillip to the overall growth of the Coast Guard post-2611 in terms of establishing an additional 35 ashore units, including a dedicated academy, and conducting contracts for 120 surface platforms. His presentation, Collaborative and Cooperative Mechanism for Ocean Peacekeeping in IOR. Sir, I request you to please come up and make your presentation. Thank you. Gentlemen, I request all of you to please settle down.
Distinguished dignitaries present in this arena, very good morning to you all. During the presentation, which is be undertaken by the Indian Coast Guard, will be on the collaborative and cooperative mechanism for the ocean peacekeeping in the IOR. We have seen the presentation or the deliberation that we had a session before me was making a mention about the geopolitical situation and also making the business environment. My presentation will address most of the issues that has been put forth by the previous dignitaries. I, on behalf of the Indian Coast Guard, take this opportunity to convey my sincere gratitude to you all and to all the international partners who are participating in this seminar. Physically here, one nation is participating, and the 11 of them will be through the VC. And 4 of them will be making a video conferencing presentation. And it's a reflective of our resolve and belief in a shared vision of a safe, secure and clean seas in the Indian Ocean region. I am sanguine that you all will agree that collaborative and cooperative mechanism are the only mantras for ocean peacekeeping in the Indian Ocean region. And the Indian Coast Guard is playing a key role in instituting and developing these mechanisms. India, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, accords highest priority to the regional maritime cooperation and ocean peacekeeping. Our Prime Minister has stated, and I quote, "I believe that if the oceans were to propel our economies, then we must use seas to build peace and friendship and trust and curb conflict, respect and ensure freedom of navigation and cooperate, not compete in responding to challenges in the seas," unquote. Similarly, our Honorable Defence Minister Shri Rajnath Singh has deliberated the significance of regional maritime cooperation, and I quote, "Multitudes of challenges from drug trafficking, oil spill incidents, collision, grounding, and the growing threat of maritime terrorism calls for a cooperation on regional agreements with various maritime nations," unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall navigate my presentation through the following waypoints as flashed on the screen. Let me briefly cover the emergence of the Indian Coast Guard as the peacetime maritime armed force in the Indian Ocean region. The genesis for establishing a Coast Guard organization in India lays in the focus of international community towards instituting a legal order for demarcating national jurisdiction and regulating the economic utilization of oceans. In 1973, negotiations commenced under the aegis of Third UNCLOS with the idea to have an exclusive economic zone stretching up to 200 nautical miles from the coastline. Taking into consideration the emerging international framework, Government of India enacted the Maritime Zones of India Act 1976 to claim the sovereign right over the exclusive economic zone. During the same time, oil had been discovered in the then Bombay High. Also, there has been considerable amount of poaching in Indian waters. It was considered by the policymakers that a dedicated force was needed for protection of maritime and other national interests while also executing non-military maritime roles and responsibilities. Realizing the imperatives, an interim Coast Guard organization was formed on the 1st of February 1977 with an enactment of Coast Guard Act 1978. An independent Coast Guard organization came into being as a non-military maritime armed force under the Ministry of Defence. The newly raised force was required to execute its responsibilities in coordinated with other national stakeholders. Indian Coast Guard was conceived as a multi-mission force which would be the first responder in any maritime emergency and would be capable to address emerging peacetime maritime challenges. The duties and functions of the Indian Coast Guard encompasses a wide spectrum of responsibilities. Our duties include safety and protection of artificial island and offshore terminals, protection of fishermen and rendering assistance to them while in distress at sea, preservation and protection of marine environment, prevention and control of marine pollution. We assist the customs and other authorities in anti-smuggling operations and ensuring safety of life and property at sea. Rendering assistance in collection of scientific data and enforcement of maritime enactments that are in force. Germane to our Charter of Duties, the service was designated as the central coordinating authority for oil spill response, as also National Maritime Search and Rescue Coordination Authority. The Indian Coast Guard became the focal point for India under the Regional Cooperation Agreement on combating piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia. Subsequently, in 2018, we have been designated as the competent national authority in India for response to oil and chemical pollution under SASAP. Last year, the Coast Guard has been nominated as the implementing agency for search and rescue under the Memorandum of Understanding between the Indian Ocean Rim Association member states. Having covered the emergence of the Indian Coast Guard, let me move on to the subject per se of the presentation today, which is focused on the Indian Ocean region. Our region faces many traditional and non-traditional safety, security, and environment-related challenges that have evolved over the years. The modern-day maritime challenges emanate from the increasing use of oceans for economical purposes. There have been considerable growth in the maritime and aeronautical traffic, resulting in increased maritime incidents. Transnational maritime crimes, unregulated and cross-border fishing, drug trafficking, illegal immigration, increased frequency and strength of cyclones, and operation of dark vessels are the major identifiable challenges confronting the region. The significance of the Indian Ocean region from an Indian perspective. Since time immemorial, oceans have held special significance in Indian philosophy. Both oceans and Varuna, the Lord of all waters, find a mention in the world's oldest book, the Vedas. India has been traditionally a maritime nation and has a rich maritime heritage. The Indian Ocean is of a particular significance as its water touches shores of over 40 countries. It serves as a strategic bridge with nations of our maritime neighborhood and connected with India over the centuries with other civilization, people, and culture. The Indian Ocean has influenced India's strategic thought and defined our maritime character as well as the character of the Indian Coast Guard. The Indian Ocean is one of the busiest and the critical maritime link interconnecting the Atlantic and the Pacific. The region holds 17% of oil and 28% of natural gas reserve. Geographically, India occupies the center stage and 95% of trade by volume and 68% by value transits through this water. India has an extensive coastline spanning about 7,500 kilometers and two ecologically sensitive island chain, Lakshadweep to the west and Andaman Nicobar to the east, comprising of 868 islands, and also an exclusive economic zone extending more than 2.01 million square kilometers and a search and rescue region of 4.6 million square kilometers. Putting together the aspects of trade, resources, geography, and maritime responsibility make the Indian Ocean region as highly significant for India. India has always been a proponent of philosophy of Vasudevaya Kudumbakam, which means the world is one family. The ideals of the democracy that defines us as a nation also shape the world, the way we are engaged with the world. These 5 ideals are Samman, Samvad, Sayog, Shanti, and Samriti. Our Honorable Prime Minister has outlined the policy of neighborhood first, the vision of Saga, that is security and growth for all in the region, which give the India's maritime cooperative engagement. Through Saga, India seeks to deepen economic cooperation, strengthen capacity and capability of our maritime neighbors, seeking collective action and cooperation for peace, safety and security, and enhance prospects of sustainable development for all in the region. Commencing in 90s, the Indian Ocean region witnessed the formation of number of collaborative and cooperative mechanisms for ocean peacekeeping. In this session of my presentation, I would like to highlight those mechanisms wherein the Coast Guards are playing significant roles. It was a little while ago, the last session I had the discussions about there has to be more of a cooperative mechanism which has to be there, and some has not been aware what the mechanisms are put in place, and I would like to highlight some of them. The Coast Guard cooperation is an essential component of the Colombo Security Conclave, and that was originated in 1991 as a bilateral exercise called DOSI between the Indian Coast Guard and the Maldivian National Defence Force. In 2012, the exercise became a trilateral in nature with the participation of Sri Lanka Coast Guard. Owing to success of this mechanism, the grouping is being expanded further to include Mauritius and Seychelles. The focus area of cooperation from Coast Guard perspectives include protection and preservation of marine environment, maritime search and rescue, and combating transnational maritime crimes. The heads of the Coast Guard, Asian Coast Guard Agencies meeting, better known as its acronym is said, HAGAM, was set up in 2004 and presently comprises of 23 member nations. The 4 pillars of the cooperation, the member coordinates are as shown on the screen. And the India Coast Guard is representing India in the forum and has been discharging the function of a chair for a working group on search and rescue. The RECAP was set up in 2006 as the first regional intergovernmental agreement to combat piracy and armed robbery against ships in Asia. There are presently 20 contracting parties, and the Information Sharing Center of RECAP has been declared as a Center for Excellence for Information Sharing. RECAP focuses on enhancing regional cooperation through information sharing, capacity building, and cooperative arrangements. India remains committed to support RECAP in its endeavor through voluntary financial contributions, deputing Coast Guard officers, and also co-hosting of the capacity building activities. SASAP, which is South Asian Cooperative Environment Program, which was established in 1982 by the government of 8 South Asian countries to promote regional environmental cooperation. The South Asian Seas Program was adopted under SASAP in 1995. There are 5 South Asian members in this program, including India. The program aims at protection and management of maritime environment and related coastal ecosystems. A regional oil spill contingency plan has been developed by the members, and competent national authorities for oil and chemical spill response have also been designated. The IORA Forum was established in 1997 under the vision of the former President of South Africa, Nelson Mandela. The forum has 23 members and 9 dialogue partners. The stated objective of the forum includes sustained growth and balanced development, creating common ground for economic cooperation and also for other peaceful endeavor through dialogue. The Indian Coast Guard is the implementing agency for search and rescue with regard to India under this MOU. We are also conducting search and rescue communication exercises to enhance maritime safety in the region. So far, this exercise has been conducted with 13 IORA member nations. The Coast Guard has been spearheading the Indian effort in enhancing bilateral, multilateral, and regional cooperation for ocean peacekeeping in IOR. I would now dwell upon the various collaborative and cooperative engagements by the Coast Guard with the other partners. Our engagements are centered around institutionalized framework towards capability enhancement, capacity building, coordinated operations. We have signed memorandum of understandings for institutionalizing the cooperative framework with Coast Guards of 8 countries, of which 5 are in the IOR. As part of our capability enhancement efforts, we conduct maritime law and operation courses, IMO level 1 and level 2 courses on marine pollution response, search and rescue courses for officers and men from Bangladesh, Maldives, Myanmar, and other countries too. We embark trainees from these nations for watchkeeping and competency certificates on board our vessels. We conduct tabletop exercise as well as the national level exercises to address common maritime challenges. In addition, reciprocal ship visits are conducted wherein officers from partner agencies are embarked as sea riders, which enables sharing of best maritime practices to deal with growing maritime challenges. The Indian Coast Guard has assisted our maritime neighbors in establishing their own Coast Guard, as shown on the screen. Continuing with our capacity building efforts, the Coast Guard since 1990 has positioned air crew to Mauritius National Coast Guard for augmenting aerial surveillance, and we have also given one interceptor boat in 2001 for enhancing their maritime surveillance. We gifted one offshore patrol vessel to Sri Lanka Coast Guard in 2017. A detachment of Coast Guard personnel has been positioned with Maldives National Defence Force since 2010 to assist and train the air crew, and also gifted one interceptor boat in 2019 for strengthening their surveillance capabilities. One Dornier aircraft was provided to Seychelles in 2010 for 3 years, and one interceptor boat is being gifted along with the maintenance team. In 2019, we have gifted 2 interceptor boats to Mozambique along with the support team. Comprehending fully that maritime challenges can only be addressed through cooperative arrangements, the Indian Coast Guard regularly coordinates ocean peacekeeping operations with partner agencies. I would utilize this opportunity to showcase some operations whose successful conduct is a testimony to what willing partners can achieve by working together. The information sharing mechanism instituted with our partner agencies has resulted in combating drug trafficking in the region. Based on the information shared by the Coast Guard in the recent past with Sri Lanka Coast Guard, they have seized about 757 kilograms of drug, while the Maldivian National Defence Force has seized about 74 kilograms of drug. Based on our input and also in coordination with Sri Lanka Coast Guard, we have seized 120 kgs of drug along with catch of small arm in November last year. In the domain of maritime search and rescue, in April 2017, Indian Coast Guard rescued Pakistani Maritime Security Agency personnel in a coordinated operation. In August 2018, maritime agencies of Oman coordinated the search and rescue operation on board Indian flagged vessel motor tanker Desh Vaibhav on our request and rescued all crew members. A coordinated SAR operation between the Indian Coast Guard and the Bangladesh Coast Guard, which was conducted in July 2019, wherein we have saved 32 boats which were stranded in Bangladeshi water due to the cyclone, and they have been provided with the logistic support. We responded to the national environmental emergency in Mauritius due to oil spill from grounding merchant vessel Wakashio and sent about 10-member specialist team with 30 tons of pollution response equipment for assistance. We have been assisting Sri Lanka in firefighting and pollution response operations since 2006. In a recent coordinated operation, 5 Coast Guard ships carried out sustained firefighting operation on board motor tanker New Diamond for 6 continuous days in Sri Lankan waters, thereby averting a major environmental catastrophe. Playing a short AV of this historic operation named Operations Sagar Araksha, where Sagar means ocean in Hindi, while Araksha stands for protection in Sinhalese. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the vessel which was about 333 meters in length and was carrying a cargo of 2,75,000 metric ton of crude from Kuwait to Indian port at Paradip. And this was the world's largest crude that has been contained with not even a drop of oil getting into the sea. This has brought the Indian Coast Guard to the center stage amongst the global partners. Operation Sagar Araksha reinforced the belief amongst our maritime neighbors that India stands shoulder to shoulder in any emergency and will always be the first responder. The displayed tweets articulate the feelings of our neighbors and motivate us to further deepen our cooperation. The success and recognition that we have garnered over the years has been possible due to highly capable multi-mission platforms. In this context, I duly acknowledge the expertise and support of the Indian shipbuilding industry and as well as aviation and defense industries. India ranks amongst the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world due to Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives and continues to further develop its indigenous defense industry. Our force level comprises of 156 surface platforms and 62 aircraft. It's a matter of great pride that all our platforms are indigenously built and showcases the capability of Indian industry. Our offshore patrol vessels are versatile, high-endurance multi-mission platform capable of undertaking full spectrum of Coast Guard duties in our vast area of responsibilities. All offshore patrols vessels are indigenously built by Mrs. Goa Shipyard Limited and also by the L&T Shipyard. These vessels are capable of interdiction, search and rescue, external firefighting, pollution response, and embarked helicopter operations, thus making the vessel capable of undertaking concurrent operations. The Indian Coast Guard is the only maritime force in the Indian Ocean region that operates 3 specialized pollution response vessels. These vessels are capable of independently undertaking the full gamut of pollution response operations, which includes containment, recovery, and storage of recovered oil. Another 2 pollution response vessels are on the anvil for contracting with the Goa Shipyard Limited. We have a large fleet of waterjet patrolled fast patrol vessels, which have been indigenously built by 4 shipyards as shown on the screen. These shallow draught vessels are capable of max speed up to 35 knots and can execute full spectrum of ICG charter of duties. Our substantial fleet of interceptor boat is utilized for close coast operations with speed of maximum 45 knots, and these boats are ideal for quick response and high-speed interdictions. The Coast Guard is also operating 18 air cushion vessels for close coast and shallow water operations. These crafts achieve a maximum speed of 45 knots. We are in the process of constructing 12 ACVs within the country sooner. Our aircraft are indigenously built by the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. The Dornier aircrafts are the mainstay for the exclusive economic zone surveillance and are also deployed for pollution response, search and rescue operations too. The twin-engine advanced light helicopters have enhanced our capability of seaward surveillance, and along with the single-engine Chetak helicopters are utilized for pollution response, search and rescue, and medical evacuation operations. To keep coastal waters under surveillance, an indigenous coastal surveillance system has been set up across the entire coastline by Bharat Electronics Limited. In phase 1, 46 radar stations have been established in area of high sensitivity and traffic density. In phase 2, additional 36 radar stations are being established along with integration of vessel traffic management system. The complete system would provide near gap-free surveillance along the coast. Having begun our cooperative and collaborative engagements since early 90s, the Indian Coast Guard has established its reputation as a dependable partner. Throughout the course of history, the Indian Oceans has considerable influence over the destiny of the countries in the region with its resources, connectivity, and climatological impact. With all nations focusing on reaping the benefits of blue economy, oceans assume even greater significance in our lives. Despite large-scale capacities and capabilities, the challenges of maritime safety, security, environmental governance, and ocean disaster management cannot be addressed by a single nation in isolation. These challenges can be effectively addressed through coordinated ocean peacekeeping operations by regional coast guards. Countries in Indian Ocean region are in the process of establishing and strengthening their coast guards. I assure this August gathering that the Indian Coast Guard will be a willing and dependable partner in all cooperative arrangements, be it capability enhancement, capacity building, information sharing, and combating transnational maritime crimes. To conclude, I would like to highlight the fact that we are witnessing a major transformation in the maritime domain, with Coast Guards emerging as important national institutions for ocean peacekeeping, due to their cost effectiveness and proportional response. The concept of white hull diplomacy is gaining traction because of the benign and humanitarian phase of the Coast Guards. The Coast Guard operation and cooperation at bilateral, multilateral, and regional levels is being accorded primacy across the globe. The recent institution of a Coast Guard Global Summit, wherein 80 countries came together for a common cause, is indicative of the fact that in future the Coast Guards will be the forefront for ocean peacekeeping. Working in tandem, we can achieve our shared visions of safe, secure, and clean seas in the region. Cleaner oceans will resist climate change, and with other collective efforts at preservation and marine environment, we can leave a lasting legacy for our future generation. Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation cannot be complete without paying tribute to the legend who had envisioned the Indian Ocean as a sea of peace. The former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, has stated, and I quote, "The natural urge of the fact of history and geography should broaden itself to include the concept of an Indian Ocean rim for socio-economic cooperation and other peaceful endeavors," unquote. His vision remains a guiding beacon for us and for the generations to follow. On a parting note, let us take a pledge to stay connected like the waters of the Indian Ocean and paddle as one. Together, we can and we will make a difference in our region through our collaborative ocean peacekeeping. Thank you. I am sure now through the video conference, our neighboring countries will participate for this particular. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed presentation, which provided a deep insight into the collaborative and cooperative engagements of Indian Coast Guard in the Indian Ocean region. It's time for the presentations by our international partners who have been very gracious in acceding to our request for participating in this seminar. The first presentation is by Colonel Muhammad Salim, Commandant of Maldives National Defense Force Coast Guard. Yes.
Can you hear me?
I will give a brief introduction about the speaker. An alumnus of Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, Colonel Muhammad Salim took over as the 10th Commandant of Coast Guard in September 2019. In his 24 years of distinguished service, he has been instrumental in the modernization of MNDF Coast Guard and was the chief architect of the tactical operating procedures adopted by the force. He was instrumental in Maldives joining HAGAM, the Forum of Asian Coast Guards. The Commandant will be delivering a presentation on regional Coast Guard cooperation for security and growth in the Indian Ocean region. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
No, sir.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes, sir. So control wahan se.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, good morning to you all. First of all, let me I'm extremely grateful for the organizers, the Indian Coast Guard, for convening this momentous forum to address on maritime issues which are transnational in nature. At the outset, let me thank Director General Indian Coast Guard, Director General K. Natarajan, for having me to address on the Regional Coast Guard Cooperation for Security and Growth, which I believe are fundamentals to solve the pressing maritime issues facing the global commons in the Indian Ocean region. May I also take this opportunity to convey my sincere gratitude to the officers and sailors of the Indian Coast Guard on their 45th racing day. The Maldives has two broad affinities to oceans and seas. Firstly, the archipelagic nature of over 1,200 islands, geographically dispersed over 1,200 islands geographically dispersed over 860 kilometers from north to south makes us a territory of 99.7% maritime jurisdiction to enforce. Along with the unique geography, two maritime industries, tourism and fisheries, are the two mainstays of our economy, which are dependent on marine environment, its richness and biodiversity. Therefore, the Maldives is a nation of mariners and sailors. Secondly, the geographical location of our country in the center of the Indian Ocean, with historic shipping routes trespassing the archipelagic sea lanes, puts us in a strategic position to influence the maritime geopolitics in the region. Therefore, our history, culture, and security are inherently linked to the seas and to the customary trade routes of the Indian Ocean. Esteemed participants, the traditional criminal nexus of drug trafficking, illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, marine pollution, illegal resource exploitation, maritime terrorism, and climate change are pressing issues the Maldives is currently facing. Particularly the drug trafficking trend in the Maldivian waters are increasing in unprecedented level. The Maldivian Coast Guard, along with other government agencies, have been able to interdict and apprehend several foreign vessels with coordinated local vessels in drug smuggling activities. Yet an accurate level, origin or modus of operandi is not known. Information shared by the regional partners have been highly remarkable in this regard. Indian Ocean region has emerged as a dynamic and global hub of commerce and industries. Maritime crimes are transnational in nature. It is only through cooperation of regional maritime enforcement agencies like Coast Guard where the security of the oceans will be decided. It has also been proven during the recent pandemic of COVID-19 that no country is able to find solutions to global issues in isolation. Therefore, may I propose this as a thematic area for future collaboration and dialogue and identify mechanisms for enhancing regional cooperation on this front. Dear participants, the Indian Ocean region is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Pertinent to the issue, island nations like the Maldives are currently witnessing the adverse effect of climate change in terms of weather extremes, beach erosion, sea level rise, and bleaching of coral reefs. These events do not only possess economic consequences, but also the very existence of us in the long run. I believe the Coast Guards could collaborate and advocate on international forums since Coast Guards have inherent tasks in environment protection and preservation. The Indian Ocean region needs more environment and ambassadors to pursue in this dire need. Maldives Coast Guard has taken a strategic step to expand her maritime domain awareness capability in nearly 1 million square kilometers of maritime zone. To enhance the initiative, a Maritime Fusion Center will be established in the foreseeable future. The center will become the nodal agency in national and international links that will fuse the gap in the information sharing between partners. The Coast Guard is closely working with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes prevention, to pursue new capabilities and human resource development. Furthermore, Maldives has signed agreements in sharing white shipping information with India and joined the Indian Fusion Center for Indian Ocean Region, IFC-IOR. The issue of enforcing laws on high seas is an area that requires closer cooperation between regional partners. Illegal resource exploitation, such as nefarious activities of unregulated fishing, has resulted in the depletion of fish stocks at an alarming rate. I believe that the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea 1982 lays a guiding principle on marine environment management. In this regard, the Convention's Part 12 establishes the guidelines for protecting and preservation of the marine environment. This includes measures to prevent, reduce, and control pollution, global and regional cooperation in protecting and preserving the marine environment, international rules and national legislations to prevent, reduce, and control pollution of the marine environment, and many other aspects related to marine resource preservation. In this regard, the Maldives Coast Guard is ready to pursue environment management on the high seas and defense cooperation with the regional partners, which will directly contribute to making the Indian Ocean a protected and a more secure and safer place. In the end, I would like to reiterate that the Indian Ocean at its Southeast Asian core remains one of the least integrated regions in the world, lacking regional governance and unable to reap potential economic benefits of an effective multilateral order. Greater regional cooperation in managing ocean resources in the Indian Ocean region could lead to significant success. I look forward to more regional deliberations and cooperations in the future. Thank you. Thank you for your...
Thank you, sir, for your perspective on regional Coast Guard cooperation. Now, we have the presentation by our friends from the National Coast Guard of Mauritius. The presentation will be delivered by Assistant Superintendent of Police, A.R. Javaroon, Chief Staff Officer Administration at National Coast Guard Headquarters. The officer has been closely involved in planning regional maritime exercises for East African countries. He has represented Mauritius Police Force and the National Coast Guard in maritime safety and security related seminars and conferences in various countries. The topic of presentation is Blue Economy and Significance of Coast Guards. You may start your presentation, sir. So you may start the presentation.
Distinguished guests, heads of participating commissions, ladies and gentlemen, I, ASP Jawaran, on behalf of the National Coast Guard of Mauritius, feels honored and privileged to participating in this forum that is on an important theme, enhancing peace, security, and cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. In my talk today, I shall share the Mauritian perspective on blue economy and significance of the Coast Guard. Blue economy is a fast-spreading concept for the globe and aims at transform our economy, our habits, and our planet in the 21st century. Blue economy goes far beyond considering the ocean as a leveler for economic growth. To reveal this sense of this window of opportunity, I would like to state some facts. The global ocean economy is valued at around $1.5 trillion annually, while more than 80% of the global trade's volume is transported by sea, and fishing employs 350 million people directly and indirectly. By 2025, it is estimated that 34% of crude oil production will come from marine exploration. Our nation recognizes the opportunities the ocean around us provides, which is in line with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision to make the blue economy an important pillar to sustain economic diversification and growth, having due regards to conservation of marine ecosystem. Mauritius is blessed with a huge EEZ, amounting to 2.3 million square kilometers, which is about 1,200 times its landmass. This ratio significantly reveals the quantum of opportunities and associated challenges that we face on the maritime front. The ban of drugs has also lately become a major concern in our society, with a number of youth falling prey to this menace, adding to social insecurities. Developing countries like Mauritius severely suffer from the effects of IUU due to lack of resources and infrastructure to adequately police our waters, especially those in remote areas where surveillance is often difficult. Protection of the marine environment is also an important facet to ensure sustainable blue economy. The recent grounding and oil spill of MV Wakashu has highlighted the grave consequences and implications of that accident. And as regards the marine ecosystem that has been impacted, and also about the social and economic fallouts that concern livelihoods and the tourism sector. Combating the above challenges is no longer a choice, but is a necessity to sustain our economy. Thus, the significance of Coast Guards cannot be overlooked. Under the National Coast Guard Act 1988, the National Coast Guard of Mauritius is a specialized branch of the Mauritius Police Force that aims to provide maritime safety and security in Mauritian waters. The very first among the list of our maritime priorities is combating drugs. To counter this challenge, we have implemented the UNODC guidelines and partnered with neighboring countries toward establishing intelligence mechanisms. Toward development of maritime intelligence to support drug enforcement agencies in monitoring the movement of vessels and share this information with counterparts. A maritime intelligence cell has been set up by the National Coast Guard to streamline our efforts in combating drugs. No nation has the capacity or capability to achieve marine domain awareness unilaterally. Towards enhancing shared MDA in IOR, the financial capability to develop and support MDA enhancement is a fundamental requirement. The IOR states that are not self-sufficient economically and technologically must be supported by more capable nations in the region. Currently, in order to build our MDA, we are receiving white shipping data from India and USA, which helps us to develop an operational picture of our region. At this juncture, I must compliment the Indian Navy for embarking on a journey towards ensuring a more transparent IOR with the establishment of an information fusion center. The MV Wakashu incident in late July 2020 was a maritime tragedy not only to Mauritius, but to maritime nations world over. The National Coast Guard played an exceedingly important role to facilitate operations to contain the deadly oil spill and to protect the marine environment. Here, I would like to compliment the Indian government in deploying a 10-member specialist team to contain the oil spill and providing valuable technical and operational assistance. Mauritius is part of many cooperative engagements aimed at ensuring growth and stability in the region. International cooperation with RMFIC at Madagascar, RCOC at Seychelles, CROSS at Réunion, IORA, whose coordinated secretariat is in Mauritius, IOC and EU have resulted in an effective regional security. Towards achieving transparency in the Western IOR, we have deputed one international liaison officer each at Madagascar and Seychelles, which reflects our commitments towards regional maritime security. The blue economy is not just about market opportunities, but also provide for the protection and development of more tangible blue resources. In order to overcome these challenges, hampering growth from ocean economy, the Coast Guard will continue to play a prominent role in ensuring security and protection in our maritime areas of interest. Achieving greater transparency in the maritime domains requires a broad collaboration amongst many partners in terms of logistics, infrastructure, and finance. And the National Coast Guard of Mauritius is committed towards such joint operations and collaborating with our partners towards a safer and prosperous maritime environment. Together, let's ensure a safer Indian Ocean region. Finally, I would like to thank the Indian Coast Guard for organizing this seminar. I thank you all for your kind attention, and thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the strong connect between blue economy and the role of Coast Guards. Ladies and gentlemen, now Admiral Mo Ong, Commander-in-Chief, Myanmar Navy, will express his views on the topic capacity and capability needs of Coast Guards. The Admiral assumed office of Commander-in-Chief, Myanmar Navy on 2nd February 2021. Congratulations, sir, on this prestigious appointment. In an illustrious career, the Admiral has distinguished himself in a number of afloat and ashore appointments. An alumnus of National Defense College, the Admiral has headed a number of delegations, including ship visits to ASEAN and regional countries. Prior to his current appointment, the Admiral served as Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief. May I request Admiral Mo Ong to kindly deliver his remarks.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your warm welcome and congratulations. Director Generals of participating Coast Guard, representatives, and distinguished guests. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to Director General K. Natajan, Director General of Indian Coast Guard, and I wish all the participants of today's meeting to be free and safe from COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Admiral Mo Ong, Commander-in-Chief of Myanmar Navy. I'm soon my tenure as Commander-in-Chief of Myanmar Navy, starting from this 2nd February. This is my very first seminar after assuming the post of Commander-in-Chief of Myanmar Navy. I'm much honored to attend this seminar. Every coastal state in the world has two main organizations, which are Navy and Coast Guard, to safeguard nations' maritime interests and enforcing maritime law. We are now planning to establish the Coast Guard and so forth. Myanmar Navy is taking the responsibility and performing the functions of Coast Guard. There are some limitations for Navy, as typical Coast Guard functions are distinct from those of the Navy. The term Coast Guard embraces a wide range of responsibilities, and those responsibilities are to ensure maritime law enforcement, safety of civil trade. The duties and functions of Coast Guard are to overcome non-traditional threats such as combating piracy, gun running, drug smuggling and human trafficking, emerging transnational crimes at sea, including natural disaster. If need be, Coast Guard need to cooperate with Navy in carry out duty of national defense. The basic infrastructure and platforms, such as modernized vessel and equipment, are crucial to empower a Coast Guard, while the role of qualified human resources is essential in utilizing those mechanisms. By doing so, they will be able to well enforce the law at sea. Therefore, they must have sufficient knowledge in various maritime law and other related laws, including international maritime law, commercial shipping law, and domestic law. Moreover, the Coast Guardians need to have healthy body and healthy mind, as they have to serve under different situations. Like other countries, Myanmar Navy is utilizing coastwatcher radar and coastal surveillance system to help full coverage of the nation's coastline. It is crucial to have timely information sharing network to respond to emerging situations and well perform the duties of Coast Guards. Therefore, Maritime Operations Center in Myanmar, Information Fusion Center in Singapore, and IFC, IOR in India. Myanmar Navy also conducts coordinated patrols with neighboring countries for regional maritime security. Though we could not establish Coast Guard in Myanmar, we already have Marine Police for more maritime law enforcement since 2011. Till now, Myanmar Navy provides its human resources, patrol vessels, and training in establishing Marine Police. Currently, Myanmar Navy and Marine Police are cooperating and exchanging information regarding the law enforcement at rivers and sea. Moreover, Myanmar Navy is building its warship indigenously. Therefore, Myanmar Navy will be able to support necessary vessels and training to the Coast Guard, and it will surely be very supportive. For the time being, Myanmar Navy is observing the organizational structure, functions, and capabilities of other countries' Coast Guard and planning to establish for our country. I would like to state that the Indian Coast Guard is the typical model to establish for our country. Furthermore, it is truly beneficial for us to participate in this seminar. If I have to conclude my brief presentation, I would like to state that Myanmar possesses the coastline with overall length of 1,260 nautical miles and total sea area of over 140,000 square miles and 4,000 islands. Myanmar is also adjacent to the Bay of Bengal and Andaman Sea, and in position as a strategic location in the Indian Ocean region. Accordingly, Myanmar Navy is making an effort to establish the Coast Guard with full capacity and capability and cooperating with friendly navies to safeguard our common interests and maritime security in the Indian Ocean region. During this day, Myanmar Navy is actively cooperating and collaborating with the regional countries and navies for security and growth for all in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral, for your valuable and insightful remarks. The last presentation of the session is on ocean peacekeeping and role of Coast Guards, which will be delivered by Commodore LHA Rana Surya, the Deputy Director General of Sri Lanka Coast Guard. In a career spanning 31 years, the Commodore has held various distinguished appointments, including commands of afloat and ashore units. He has also been on instructional appointments and is the recipient of a host of gallantry awards for displaying exceptional fortitude. I now request Commodore Rana Surya to kindly start the presentation.
Thank you. The Director General of Indian Coast Guard, Director General Krishna Swamy Natarajan, senior dignitaries of India and other nations, senior naval officers and senior Coast Guard officers, brother officers, good afternoon. I consider this is an honor and privilege to speak on ocean peacekeeping and role of Coast Guards. The geography over which maritime transportation operates is unique, with its combination of physical, strategic and commercial imperatives. Marine transportation is dominated since there is no other means to move large amounts of cargo over long distances at a low cost. The dominance of maritime transportation has been affected by energy and mineral cargo requirement, globalization, technical improvements, and economies of scale. There's a blur demarcations between a range of traditional threats and threats from non-traditional actors. Threats to national security in the maritime domain may include terrorism, weapons proliferation, transnational crime, piracy, environmental resource destruction, and illegal seaborne immigration. Crime on the high seas is becoming increasingly sophisticated and becoming non-traditional in nature, endangering human life on land, the economic growth of entire regions and global safety. Regional countries are taking measures to patrol their own waters to ensure rule of law. All governments ensure hard work for the suppression of criminal activities at sea. It's a fact that the need of cooperation in regional level with neighboring countries on suspicious movements by conducting joint patrol of the maritime domain. At the international level, it was important for international parties to assist regional countries in carrying out capacity building projects. Furthermore, the development of facilities and infrastructure also will be helpful for the benefit of the progressing nations. The challenge that follows is that navies across the globe are increasingly called upon to carry out maritime security and even law enforcement roles for going beyond traditional warfighting capabilities. The concept of maritime security widens between naval and coast guard activities, increasing in ways which raise issues over who should be responsible for what. Hence, white-collar law ships need different tools and capabilities than traditionally grey-painted men of war in an age of maritime security. This is more apparent in the standards applied to the use of force in differing operations. In general, the military is entitled to use deadly force to overcome the enemy, whereas police forces have perpetrators and criminals. There is also a difference in mindset between military and law enforcement operations, with the former typically prioritizing disrupting or stopping the threat over long-term solutions, and intelligence exploitation over evidence collection and case packages. In reality, most successful maritime law enforcement operations require both a combination of actionable intelligence and interagency cooperation based on some degree of intelligence sharing. Even when maritime patrols are conducted in order to randomly intercept crimes such as human or drug smuggling, where such patrols occur itself based on intelligence. Even the most well-resourced navies and coast guards cannot maintain a cordon of steel around own national coastline. To conclude, it has become clear elaboration on states' rights at sea and their growing preoccupation with the same space that the role of coast guards in managing disputes, governing resources, and in general being present in a country's maritime domain is on the rise. Coast guards have up until now been an understudied institution, often losing out to its big brother Navy. However, as seen in contemporary developments in the Indian Ocean region, the institution is not only dealing with the security and sovereignty issues on a daily basis. For that, there are clear examples in Sri Lankan context where Sri Lankan Coast Guard was benefited by Indian Coast Guard being the largest and experienced Coast Guard in the region during the incidents of MT New Diamond and MS Daniela recently. It clearly showed the mutual understanding and cooperation with mutual trust among neighboring organizations, setting a good example for others. Furthermore, the forum organized by HAGAM and Coast Guard Global Summit creates platform to share thoughts for building the trust built among members. The effort taken by the IORA also commendable in order to ensuring steady progress through functioning of working groups. With the domestic, regional and international focus on the ocean across the 7 seas are investing in their Coast Guard structures in order to protect their sovereign rights at sea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing Sri Lankan Coast Guard's perspective on ocean peacekeeping and role of Coast Guards. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a highly informative session which highlighted the increasing significance of Coast Guards and the necessity for enhancing Coast Guard cooperation. Before concluding the session, on behalf of the Director General Indian Coast Guard, I express my sincere thanks to all our esteemed participants, especially our international partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the presentation and the session by the Indian Coast Guard. And now let's move on to our third and final session, Indian Shipyards, Shipbuilding and Shipborne Equipment. And this session is going to be conducted by Invest India. Let me give you a brief about the organization while the changeovers are happening on the dais. Invest India is the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency for India under the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, that's DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. It is envisaged to be the first point of reference for potential investors in India. And a few words about this session. Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat are the key initiatives designed to boost the manufacturing sector and help India achieve self-reliance in defense production. Indian industry has made rapid strides in aerospace and defense manufacturing and is significantly contributing to the national security objectives of India. Furthermore, foreign original equipment manufacturers are entering into strategic partnerships with Indian companies. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, will start with a presentation by Invest India on the capabilities of the Indian defense industry. And the presentation will be made by Jayant Singh, Assistant Vice President of Invest India. And I would like to introduce Jayant. Jayant, in his current role, is responsible for increasing foreign direct investments in the aerospace and defense and civil aviation sectors. He also heads investor targeting and facilitation for Russia and CIS countries, and from Germany and Eastern Europe. Jayant is the author of several media editorials, research papers, and conference publications. Jayant, could you come up and make the presentation? Thank you.
Guest delegates from the Indian Ocean region, members of the industry, both global and domestic, and those tuning in online, good afternoon and welcome to this final discussion on Indian shipyards, shipbuilding and shipborne equipment. As Nilanjana pointed out, we have a packed session for you today, and to kick off today's discussion, my presentation will give you a macroeconomic overview of India and how the success of the Make in India campaign has enabled Indian industry to make rapid strides in aerospace and defense manufacturing. And then I'm also going to briefly touch upon the aerospace and defense manufacturing ecosystem in the country. I've saved the more complicated parts of the session for Rear Admiral G.K. Harish, who will talk about Indian expertise in naval shipbuilding. I always like to start out with this slide because for us as an organization, the Transforming India message is very, very important. These few numbers in essence capture the very metamorphosis that India is going through right now. According to World Bank and IMF figures, India is the fastest growing large economy in the world today by 2020. But actually, if you look at this, when we talk about the fastest growing large economy in the world today, it's only perhaps 9 or 10 states within India that are firing this high growth rate. And what we're going to see over the next maybe 18 to 24 months is that the next 5 or 6 states will be ready to fire, and they'll be supplementing the growth rate. So in terms of growth trajectory, India has only just completed that proverbial U-bend of the hockey stick. By 2025, we will be 1.5 billion people with an average age of 29 years. This will be the largest concentration of human capital on Earth. So not only are we a large market, but we are a huge potential resource as well. But I think the most crucial takeaway from these numbers is that never before in human history has such a large section of humanity undergone such rapid upward social mobility, and that also in such a condensed and short period of time. An Indian that was born in the, say, 1970s or 80s, way before I was born, was expected to earn anywhere from 10 to 15,000 US dollars during his or her lifetime. But an Indian that's born in the 21st century is expected to earn 245,000 US dollars during his or her lifetime. Now, if you multiply that by 1.5 billion people, that is the transforming India of today. Now, there is recognition within the government that at the center of good politics is good economics, because the challenge remains that every year, 10 million Indians are joining the workforce. So the government has to find employment for a workforce twice the size of the city of Singapore every year. And the Make in India campaign remains central to that. The initiative aims to raise the contribution of the manufacturing sector to 25% of GDP by 2025. These are the 25 focus sectors of the Make in India campaign, and together they represent a market opportunity of $4.8 trillion. The Ease of Doing Business initiative is crucial to making India a hub for global manufacturing and has been a crucial area for the government. Over the last 6 years, we've seen that there have been more than 15,000 policy and procedural revisions that have taken place, both at the center level, but also at the state level. And we are already seeing the positive impact of these measures. According to the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business rankings, India has jumped 79 places in the Ease of Doing Business index. And the 2019 jump was the single largest jump by any country ever. India remains possibly the only bright spot in the global investment landscape. So while global FDI fell 42% last year, FDI into India actually rose by 13%. Actually, we haven't seen that anywhere. So while, there's been a global adverse market outlook, India has actually been performing well compared to other countries. I think this slide captures the varied strengths of Indian manufacturing really well, in that Indian subsidiaries regularly outperform their global parents. And here my favorite example is that of Suzuki, the Japanese automaker. Not only is its Indian subsidiary Maruti Suzuki larger in terms of market capitalization and revenue, but Maruti Suzuki sells more cars in India than Suzuki sells all over the world. In recent years, India has also become a global hub for R&D for MNCs and Fortune 500 companies. There are more than 1,100 R&D centers in India that employ nearly 1 million engineering and R&D professionals. Companies like Intel, Samsung, Bosch have their largest R&D centers outside their parent market in India. And we're seeing that defense companies are now tapping into this R&D ecosystem for their own manufacturing as well. This brings me to the second section of my presentation, but before I deep dive into the sector, I'd like to preface it with one main observation, which is that India is a market whose position in the international system has changed quite a lot in recent years. Whether it's the Wassenaar arrangement, entry into the missile technology control regime, or even STA-1 status, it has never been easier to strategically partner with India. And as a result, we are seeing world-class partnerships emerge between Indian industry and global OEMs. I think the one predominant trend that ties all these numbers together is that in recent years, India has matured into a hub for defense manufacturing. Overall, defense production is touching or averaging approximately $12 billion annually. This is approximately, I think, an 80% increase in the last 5 years. Similarly, exports have also increased and are touching or averaging $1.3 billion annually, which is also a 10-fold increase in the same period. Now, as our Honorable Defense Minister mentioned during the Aero India opening ceremony, India is expected to spend around $130 billion to upgrade its armed forces across all three services. And the government is equally committed actually to ensuring this military modernization drive is done through indigenization of defense manufacturing. The Make in India campaign was launched in September 2014, and since then we are seeing increasing levels of self-reliance. India is now part of a very small group of countries that designs and develops trainer and fighter jets, military and transport helicopters, as well as transport aircrafts. Similarly, nearly all our submarines and warships being constructed for the Indian Navy are happening in Indian shipyards, and more than 75% of the acquisition orders of the Indian Army are happening through Indian firms. We've set a very ambitious target for self-reliance over the next 5 to 7 years, and there's absolutely every indication that we will be able to meet those targets. According to our defense production and export promotion policy, these are the focus areas going forward for defense manufacturing. Over the next 15 years or so, across various acquisition programs, the total engine requirements in terms of the number of units is going to touch anywhere between 4,000 to 5,000 aero engines. We already design and develop aircrafts, so the next logical stage in the evolutionary process is to create expertise in developing core technologies for aero engines. And the government is already in touch and is talking to several global OEMs and Indian companies to set up an aero engine complex in India. Similarly, if you look at it, India is already the third largest civil aviation market in the world. Our aviation fleet is expected to quadruple to 2,800 aircraft in the next 15 years. And there have been several policy interventions to make, and in the field of tax rationalization, to make the business case for investments in MRO more favorable. And going forward, you're going to see that our import dependency for MROs, particularly in the engine MRO and the component segment, will go down. The government has also announced 2 defense industrial corridors as clusters of defense manufacturing, where they're going to leverage existing infrastructure as well as human capital. Tamil Nadu has more than 120 aerospace and component manufacturing companies alone. The state also produces more than 5,000 aerospace engineers every year. Uttar Pradesh has a strong ancillary base with the highest number of MSMEs in India and is also amongst the top 5 exporting states in the country. Now with 20,000 startups, more than $50 billion in valuations and around 20 homegrown tech unicorns, India is also the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. And the government is trying to leverage this engineering and entrepreneurial talent for pioneering defense technologies. A very important initiative in this regard is the Innovation for Defense Excellence program that was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. The initiative aims to empower MSMEs and startups by granting them funding for R&D and prototype development. We've already identified 44 startup winners, and $5 million of grant funding has already been sanctioned under this program. Now, if we were to quickly just map the aerospace and manufacturing ecosystem in the country, there are 41 ordnance factories and 9 defense public sector undertakings that are engaged in defense manufacturing. Their combined output averages approximately $9 billion annually, and their expertise covers a wide range of products across land, naval, air, and homeland segments. We have done complex projects such as aircraft carriers, submarines, and fighter jets, but we're also making sophisticated systems such as combat management systems, command and control systems, electronic warfare suites, avionics, etc., and so on and so forth. Private sector manufacturing is also steadily increasing and is averaging approximately $2 to $2.5 billion annually. And what we're seeing is that the private sector is increasingly taking on the role of manufacturing, or the bulk of the manufacturing, for various major acquisition programs that are currently underway. For example, for the $6 billion deal for 83 light combat aircrafts that was given to HAL, HAL has already developed 50 Tier 1 and I think more than 500 Tier 2 and Tier 3 Indian partners to meet the production needs for this program. Similarly, for the DRDO-designed Pinaka multi-barrel rocket launcher, an order for 6 regiments has been placed with Tata and L&T. So DRDO developed, but the order has now been placed with the private sector. I'm going to quickly spend the next few slides giving you a brief snapshot of some of the success stories under the Make in India campaign. The Akash medium-range surface-to-air missile system was one of the several successful outcomes of the integrated missile development program. It is a highly indigenous product with a range of approximately 70 kilometers and has already received export approval. It can simultaneously engage multiple targets in group mode or autonomous mode and has built-in electronic counter measures. The Indian scientific community was also able to leverage a lot of the learnings from the integrated guided missile development program, particularly in the fields of guidance, propulsion, and critical materials for the development of several other missile systems. The BrahMos missile is perhaps the only supersonic cruise missile that is currently in service today. And in India, it's in service with the Army, Air Force, and Navy. And as an Indo-Russian joint venture, it also has a reputation for being the gold standard in defense collaboration between India and a foreign nation. India has also embarked on an ambitious field artillery rationalization plan, for which there is a requirement for over 2,000 artillery guns for our regiments. The ATGS, which was developed under this program, set a world record by hitting targets in the range of 48 kilometers. Mr. Mohar Nair from L&T will tell you proudly that the contract for the K9 Vajra was the largest contract ever to a private sector company by the MOD. They've already supplied 90 of the 100 self-propelled howitzer guns ahead of contract delivery dates, I've been told. We also have significant manufacturing experience of making more than 4,000 fixed wing and rotary wing platforms. HAL, along with its supply partners, has the capability to develop trainer jets such as the HTT-40, which is used for stage 1 training of IAF pilots, two sophisticated crafts, an order for which was already placed during Aero India. On the rotary side, we have the light combat aircraft as well as the advanced light helicopter, both of which was significantly featured in the Make in India pavilion this year. Incidentally, the light combat helicopter is perhaps the only helicopter which has a service ceiling of 16,000 feet above sea level. I'm not going to go into details because Rear Admiral Harish will be covering this significantly, but I'll quickly just say Indian shipyards, both private and public, have the expertise to build a wide range of platforms, ranging from aircraft carriers and submarines to FPVs, OPVs, etc. And they also have a proven track record with the Indian Navy and Coast Guard, but also with foreign Coast Guard and navies across varied maritime theaters. We have world-class infrastructure, and we have some of the finest engineering minds that are devoted in-house to design and development. As you can see, Indian shipyards have a wide range of products that are of operational relevance for the Indian Ocean region. They can perform various roles of naval operation, ranging from combat to constabulary roles, exclusive economic zone patrolling, search and rescue missions, law enforcement missions, and I think we'll go into details of a lot of these platforms during our panel discussion. The government has also set a very ambitious target of achieving $5 billion of export in the next 5 years. And a large portion of that target is going to be met by Tier 1 and Tier 2 Indian companies that are integrating themselves into the supply chain of global OEMs. Companies such as Dynamatic Technologies and Tata have been able to are registered as Tier 1 vendors for OEMs such as Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Airbus, and are supplying components, structures, and assemblies from India. Just to give you quick examples over here, the Tata-Boeing joint venture is the sole producer of fuselages for the Apache helicopter. The Tata-Lockheed Martin joint ventures delivered more than 100 empennages for the C-130 transport jet. And the Tata Sikorsky JV is the sole producer of cabins for the S-92 helicopters. Incidentally, the S-92 helicopter is also the Marine one, which is used by the US President. Over and above components and assemblies, India has also been exporting a wide range of products to various jurisdictions. Again, this is absolutely not a comprehensive list, but just a small snapshot of Make in India products that have been exported globally. India has already exported a lot of these platforms to Indian Ocean region. On the naval side, Indian shipyards have exported OPVs, FPVs, fast interceptor boats to several IOR countries. Similarly, the well-developed coastal surveillance system is being used in Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles. On the aerial side, we also have a lot of platforms that are being used by various foreign jurisdictions and services. We have the Dornier 228 aircraft, which is being used by Mauritius and Seychelles. We also had the advanced light helicopter, which I had previously talked about, which is, I think, a 5.5-ton twin-engine multi-role helicopter that's being used by Nepal, Mauritius, Maldives. I think I'm going to conclude here. This provides a good segue for Rear Admiral Harish's presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jayant. Now we have a presentation by DG Naval Design, Rear Admiral G.K. Harish, on Indian expertise in naval design and manufacturing. It is my honor to introduce him to you all. The flag officer is at present heading the Indian Navy's design organization, which is undertaking design of aircraft carrier, stealth frigates, destroyers, and corvettes for the Indian Navy. The officer led the structural design team of the Shivalik class stealth frigates for about 7 years. He has led the design team of Project 17A ships. He has also served as ADG Tech at headquarters Project Seabird, the largest defense infrastructure project in India. Sir, I request you to kindly come up and make your presentation.
Vice Admiral Sandeep Nathani, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak on the shipbuilding possibilities for cooperation in IOR. The scope of the presentation is as shown on the slide. The presentation is timed for roughly 10 to 12 minutes. I'll be covering the history of naval shipbuilding in India, the indigenous shipbuilding ecosystem, and the emerging possibilities in the IOR. First of all, we need to understand why warships are different from other products. If you look at aircrafts and tanks, the platform is designed for them. The prototype is fully developed and tested, and it is thereafter replicated in large numbers on an assembly line. If you look at warships, it's completely different. Warships are a system of systems. They are built in low numbers at high costs. There are no prototypes, and there is an issue of obsolescence because of long gestation period. The design is dependent on volume. There is always pressure on volume for incorporating the air element, the sea element, and the land element in one platform. If we look at the diverse ecosystem, the equipment are being sourced from all over the world. So it's a challenge how to physically integrate them, functionally integrate them. And today is a generation of automated systems, so you have to get the software interfaces also okay so that the equipment, the platform works as a whole. Now, if we look at the Indian Navy's history, our visionaries had Make in India in mind in 1960s. They set up a central design office, and from that, two divisions of the Indian Navy, one Directorate of Naval Design for the Surface Ship Group and one for the Submarine Design Group, have been formed, and they are functional at this point. The Navy has a plan as described on this slide. There's a vision which has helped us build the legacy over the last about 80 years. So this is a landscape or a kaleidoscope of the ships that have been built. Our partners, the shipbuilding yards, MDL, GRSE, and GSL, have built a range of ships from survey vessels, frigates, to destroyers, which have been designed by the Indian Navy. Also, large number of ships have been built through collaboration, and we can see GSL, MDL, and also Larsen and Toubro, who have made the floating dry dock recently for the Navy, and they have also built ships for the Coast Guard. Some recent indigenous acquisitions, the commissioning of Chennai P-15 Alpha destroyers, Kavrati, which is a ASW corvette. Major ongoing projects from destroyers to frigates to survey vessel large to indigenous aircraft carrier, the 1135-6 frigates, and also the ASW shallow watercrafts. So if you look at the numbers, they are staggering. Almost 38 ships under construction, 4 submarines, totally about 40, 2 being constructed abroad, and about 27 ships and 6 submarines on the anvil. Now we look at the design tools, how they have matured over the years. We started from 2D layouts, now fully 3D CAD, and we have moved on to virtual reality platforms at both MDL, GRSE, as well as D&D, which has helped us in refining our designs. Virtual reality provides us a collaborative platform where the users can participate in early part of design and thus minimize the time and cost delays during construction of the ship. We have evolved also in construction methodology primarily to cut down time in the P-17 Alpha project, where we are looking at a know-how provider, Fincantieri from Italy, in helping us to build ships faster. Product data management is extremely important because it provides an integrated connect between the 3D CAD and the databases, which are then passed on to the ship's crew, who can utilize them during the ship's life cycle. We are also looking in the future at integrated mass. I have had a lot of interaction with CMD Bell on this issue, so this is an area of future where we can do the weapon integrations in parallel to the ship's construction and then bring down the timelines of the ship. Digital twin are basically a virtual model of a physical ship. It allows the mission critical equipment's performance to be monitored on a real-time basis, which helps in predictive maintenance, essentially predicting breakdown, and this enhances the operational availability of ships. So these are future concepts. We are working on this. I will deliberate on it further during the panel discussion. So the Make in India journey thus far, 19 designs to which almost more than 90 ships have been built. It's very important to understand that shipbuilding survives on equipments being built in India. So if you look at the cost of a ship, almost 60% of the cost of the ship comes from indigenous equipment. So there is need for us to be vocal for local. At the same time, we have to be open for collaboration. I would like to add a disclaimer here that my views are my personal views. I don't represent the views of the GOI or the Indian Navy. But in my personal view, we need to treat platform and equipment separately. The provisions cannot be same. DPP also has a separate chapter for shipbuilding because the platform has to be treated differently. So we need an empowered defense export body for swift response. The customer wants one person to interact with, and he wants to know quickly. So the MEA segment, the MOD segment, and others need to be bridged in together so that we can make a swift response to the customer. We need improvement in letter of credit terms, because line of credit, sorry. Terms, if you look at Europe and India, there is a large interest rate differential which needs to be reduced. We need to, the present procedures require price discovery. This is something which we need to think of because it causes delays. The RBI agents are presently capped, agents' fees are capped at 12.5%. I think they are far away from realities on ground. They need to be relooked. And we need facilitate working capital for small shipyards, because essentially what happens, he will get input tax credit, but that is on delivery of the vessel. So till he delivers the vessel, he needs capital. And international social responsibility can be developed like CSR to develop competitiveness of our proposals. Essentially, it's very important that we have to be competitive in exports. And unless the policies are driven in that direction, competitiveness is difficult to elucidate. So every country will have aspirational priority. They would like to develop things. So we need to move from buyer-seller to a partnership model. And what our neighbors also can offer a lot of things. So we need to work together. We need to work out large aggregation of volumes for economies of scale, localized work, and this can provide access to advanced weapons and sensors. And hand-holding will also become feasible. We can also hand-hold the other countries in terms of design, overseeing, etc. So if you look at the international model, we have a NAVRIS model where the Petrol Corvette program, Italy and France are designing, and it's funded from the European Defense Fund. So we can take that as a cue for us to also form similar relationships. So basic template is there. We need to also move towards green ship, blended fuels or hydrogen as a fuel for small boats, because all the IOR littorals will be very concerned about environment. So if we develop a unique solution, I'm sure we'll have a leapfrogging in terms of possibilities. Womb-to-tomb partnership is also required. So what are the way ahead? We need to establish the collaboration basics. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So what is the common needs? Develop a concept designed to work out the cost and funding, and work on the detailed aspects since we are running short of time. I'm just not covering this in detail. If required, can be covered later. So what is most important is meeting of minds. So the Navy is interested in collaborating, can approach, and we can form a common platform, discuss the requirements, work out a work share, and also work on license production, JVs, or transfer of technologies, have a MOU on a basis of an SPV for an IOR ship, and these SPVs can be then backed by the governments with credit possibilities. So this will build a good IOR partnership model. So with that, I have come to the end of my presentation. If we join our hands together, I'm sure we can do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Finally, we have a panel discussion, Indian shipyards, shipbuilding and shipborne equipment. This discussion will be moderated by Jayant Singh, Assistant Vice President in West India. Jayant, could I ask you to please come up on the stage? I would now like to introduce the panelists one by one and request them to come up on stage as I do. First, it is my honor to introduce and welcome Vice Admiral Sandeep Naithani, Controller of Warship Production and Acquisition. As a flag officer, the Admiral has served as Assistant Chief of Material Modernization in Naval Headquarters, Chief Staff Officer Technical, Headquarters Western Naval Command, and Admiral Superintendent of Naval Dockyard Mumbai, Director General Naval Project at Mumbai, and the Program Director, HQ ATVP, prior to taking over the present appointment as Controller Warship Production and Acquisition on 21st of December last year. As Controller of Warship Production and Acquisition, the flag officer is in charge of all aspects related to the construction and acquisition of warship and submarines for the Indian Navy, both from Indian as well as foreign shipyards. Sir, thank you very much for agreeing to be a panelist. I would like to call Rear Admiral G.K. Harish next, the Director General, Naval Design. I have already introduced him to all of you, sir. Thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of this panel. I now call upon Shri M.V. Gautama, CMD of BEL, Bharat Electronics Limited. Mr. Gautama has been the Chairman and Managing Director of BEL since 8th November 2016. He steers the overall operations and business growth of BEL across business verticals and markets it operates. Mr. Gautama's extensive experience across the value chain and his specific thrust on indigenization enabled him in transforming the design and engineering function at the Hyderabad unit from Transfer of Technology Seeker Group to the Indigenous Technology Developer Vibrant Design Group. Under his strategic guidance, his team has successfully developed different ESM systems for submarines, helicopters, and medium and long-range aircraft. So thank you very much for agreeing to be on the panel. Next, we have Commodore Bharat Bhushan Nagpal, the CMD of Goa Shipyard Limited. Commodore Nagpal has more than 32 years of distinguished service and experience in the Indian Navy as Naval Architecture Officer, including the coveted post of Principal Director of Naval Design at Naval Headquarters, before joining GSL as Director CPP and BD in August 2016. He took over as CMD on the 1st of December 2018 and has vast experience in design and project management of large shipbuilding projects like destroyers, frigates, and corvettes. So thank you very much for being a part of this panel. And finally, Shri Mohan Nair, Head, International Business, Larsen & Toubro, Defense and Aerospace. Mr. Nair is primarily responsible for strategic relationships with all international companies. He handles the defense export and offset-related business and business development activity in Southeast Asia, Latin America, Middle East, and CIS countries. He has been instrumental in major breakthrough orders and spearheading the direct exports of L&T defense products in international markets. Mr. Nair, thank you very much for being a part of this panel. Jayant, I hand over the session to you.
working.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a stellar cast of panelists here today, and I'm very privileged to moderate this panel discussion on Indian shipyards, shipbuilding and shipborne equipment. In Vice Admiral Sandeep Nathani and Rear Admiral G.K. Harish, we have some very, very senior figures from the Indian Navy. We also have some stalwarts from the Indian industry present here today with a wealth of experience and knowledge regarding today's subject matter. Thank you everyone for being present here today. I'd like to start out by sharing a very compelling data point, which is that all 24 ships and submarines commissioned into the Indian Navy over the last 6 years have been built in India. And of the 43 ships and submarines currently under construction for the Indian Navy, 41 are being built at Indian shipyards. Vice Admiral Sandeep Nathani, this must be a point of pride for the Indian Navy. Would you agree that India has evolved from a buyer's navy to a builder's navy?
Thank you, Jayant. First of all, thank you to all the organizers of this event. I've taken over as CWPT recently, about 1.5 months back, and but I've been involved in or associated with shipbuilding for quite some time. So this question about shifting from a buyer's navy to a builder's navy has been asked many times, and how did we evolve is very, very important. All of us should know about it. First of all, how did we reach this maturity? It is all because of commitment and resolve and hard work and cooperation with all the stakeholders. At that time in 1960, there was the TINA factor. There is no alternative. So there was no alternative that time. So our pioneers at that time decided we have to have a design organization. If you see today too, we have this TINA factor. There's no other alternative but for Navy to continue to do and have a design organization. After 1960, when we progressed ahead, the CDO or the Central Design Office was made, and then gradually we expanded and it was divided into two design organizations. One was D&D SSG or the Surface Ship Group, and the second was D&D SDG or the Submarine Design Group. And as we are aware, we took small steps earlier. We designed smaller ships, then shifted to corvettes, then went to frigates, then went on to destroyers, and now, as was brought out by Harish, we are designing or constructing based on our design an indigenous aircraft carrier. So the journey has been long, but as I mentioned earlier, the commitment and resolve was there, and so we progressed ahead. On the submarine side, submarine construction and design is more complex. We have made smaller steps, but the German submarines, we have done some retrofitment. The Russian submarines also, we have done medium refits and some modernization. But it will take some time before we reach the same maturity as what we have got for the surface group. But I'm sure in the years to come, we'll have an indigenous submarine design done by our design group. Whenever it was required, we have taken help from foreign design organization for specific target, specific areas, and whether it was the Russians or the Italians, Fincantieri, and that is how overall we have grown. One thing which is not mentioned is about the human capital. All the naval architects who join the Indian Navy, they train separately. We have invested a lot in their training. There's a unit in IIT Delhi. It's the instructors also are from the Navy, and that is how these trainees or the naval architects of the Navy are groomed. And as all of you will agree that from the Navy, later on when some of them leave the Navy, they join the other shipyards. And whether you talk of defense PSUs or private shipyards like L&T, you'll see that the same naval architects or same naval officers have joined them, and that is the human capital. It is a pity that there's no other resource in India of such magnitude or such capability that we have. If we have something else, obviously then we can reduce our capability, but this is one area which maybe we have to look at as a nation. Similarly, the 5 PSU shipyards, whether it's MDL, GSL, GRSE, GSL, and HSL, all have developed together. And the preliminary design is done by the D&D, and after that, the detailed design is done by these PSU shipyards. And they have actually stood us in good stead in all these constructions which were flashed. And whenever they had some issue, they came to us. Whenever we had an issue, we went to them. And overall, I think all of us have progressed. As far as the private shipyards are concerned, now we have only one big shipyard, that is L&T. And we are progressing with them. And I'm sure that they'll also do well. We have Coast Guard orders for L&T. Only one order was shown, which is of a floating dock. They have immense capability, but in the competitive world, they have not got an order yet, but I'm sure soon. But this ship construction and design is not the only thing which is involved in shipbuilding. There are other things. There are so many equipment which are fitted inside. And in that, we have got tremendous support. The Indian Navy has been at the forefront for Indianizing other equipment too. And on my right, CMD of Bharat Electronics is here. We have been in partnership for the last 4 or 5 decades. And earlier they were giving us analog radars, then shifted to digital. And we have progressed. We have got EW systems from them, combat management systems. L&T has given us a lot of equipment, rocket launchers, whether it was hangar doors, then the torpedo tubes. So overall, I think the Indian industry has supported this venture of the Indian Navy, and that is how the maturity in Indianization has come to bear. In this regard, we have the Indian Naval Indianization Plan, which is hosted on the net, 2015 to 20, and you can all have a look at it and know that what have we developed and what are we looking for. Also, one more stakeholder or one more area where we have supported the industry in the testing facilities. Because when an equipment is made, a prototype has to be tested. A lot of testing facilities have been given by us, by the Navy. As NEC, we have a unit in Bombay which does the EMIMC checks, and DGQA organization, which yesterday, I don't know whether you have seen the news, where one upgraded naval environment test facility was commissioned by the Deputy Chief of Naval Staff. So in that area also, we have invested a lot. Also, in the policy sector, if you see the DPP, when it started in 2002, 3 until now, gradually in I think 2005 or 6, we incorporated a separate chapter on shipbuilding. And over the years, taking the input from the industry, from our shipyards, we have brought down and made the correct changes so that whatever apprehensions or issues were there for them, they have been smoothed out. And now I think the DPP or the DAP, which is it's called now, is at least for the shipbuilding sector, is quite fair, and the procedures are simplified. So overall, if you see that all the stakeholders have worked together, and the Indian Navy has strived to harness all the resources together, and that is how the Indian Design Bureau and the ship construction has matured, and that has been our journey. I thought I'll just mention this.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the journey of Indian Navy as well as Indian shipyards and how it's been a joint collaboration between all stakeholders that's allowing us to experience the success we are experiencing today. Rear Admiral Harish, this would have not been possible without strong naval design capabilities. Just wanted to get your thoughts on how you would benchmark our capabilities against foreign naval designers and architects, and also about striking that balance between going it alone but also strategically partnering with others, foreign partners of ours.
I'll give my own prescription. I don't know if there are any benchmarks to compare design houses. But in my opinion, design house needs a very strong database, design database. And that design database comes from your past legacy experience, because whether it is cost or timelines or the displacement of the ships, you need to get your estimates right. So diversity of platforms and the numbers, I have already projected what we have done. So I think we fairly perform there. As far as the next factor is honing of design skill sets, and expertise build up. So we have a multidisciplinary organization with specialist groups, which helps us, which is a mix of service and civilian people, which gives us continuity. Of course, design tools, if you look at the 2D and 3D CAD design tools which are there, we are also following what all the world design houses follow in terms of Aviva Marine, CATIA, NAPA, FEM through ANSYS, PipeNet, PDM, PLM, VR facilities, augmented reality. These are all in the realm of actual being implemented in our yards, which I'll explain perhaps a little later. If you look at experience, which is the third factor, the fourth factor, then we have been at it for almost 60 years now. Maybe some design houses have been there for almost 200 years. So reference lists, 19 designs to which 90 ships have been built. So the other thing is, the last thing is standards for design and manufacturer, which of course are customized to the Navy's requirements, which we are in the process of developing. And we have made a lot of standards as applicable to Indian requirements. I also say that the comparison is a little tricky because it depends on the designs depend on the bespoke needs of each country, and each country's needs are not the same. So the requirements of the navies are emphasized by staff requirements, which are based on the operational needs and philosophy. Then the capability of industry to meet, because every navy tries to localize its product. So you need a good form, fit and function in order to make sure that the design's balance is right. I always explain this in a simple way. If you look at the jigsaw puzzle which our children play, all the pieces need to be shaped and sized in right proportion. If you don't get the balance right, naturally the design does not come out well. So another thing is that every navy has an aspirational customer, and I am sure the scope for improvement is there for all design houses. If you look at a few points, I will mention 4 or 5 bulleted points in terms of our legacy. If you look at the Leanders to Godavari, the Indian naval designers worked on extending the length of the ship, but kept the same propulsion plant. So that was innovation at its best in those early formative years. We have unique experience amongst all navies to integrate diverse range of equipment sourced from all over the world. We have made contemporary stealth ships like the Shivalik class and the ASW corvettes, which are as good as any one stealth ships in the world. We have also incorporated advanced automation systems in our ships, from IPMS to combat management systems to advanced composite communication suits. We have also embarked on the highly challenging aircraft carrier design, on which the basin trials were held very recently. So iron ships have also received acclaim from independent observers and experts during international maritime events. So in a nutshell, if I were to say, that I can say confidently that we are at par with the best in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to now open the discussion up to the 2 naval shipyards present here today and talk a little bit about infrastructure, because you can't actually translate design capabilities into world-class products if you don't have necessary and effective infrastructure. Mr. Mohan Nair, in L&T, you represent one of the premier private sector shipyards in the country. You've also been consistently delivering platforms ahead of schedule. Just take us through how equipped is L&T to meet the demands of the Indian Navy, but also export markets?
Thank you, Jayant. As far as shipyards are concerned, in India, of course, we have all the PSUs who've been doing for ages together. But we entered quite late, just hardly a decade back. But having said that, we have built a world-class facility, and we have expanded it and given it an opening into the world segment. There has been a lot of requirements coming from the various navies and the Indian Ocean region countries, etc. But one of the issues we face that is that you need to have a design also available with you for the ships. And this is where we thought that if we really have to export and bring a big numbers into consideration, we should try and exploit, from as a nation, from India, since DG&D has been set up in India for so many years and they have churned out so many types of ships available. Why can't DG&D be entrusted in giving the designs to the foreign countries? Because many foreign countries do not have such a capability that has been set up in India, like the DG&D, etc. Okay, we have, as CWPA mentioned, this country has so many naval architects and so many engineers and so many electrical people, weapons system specialists, etc. And they have worked in all the shipyards and developed a company like Bell, who is producing so many equipments. Today, we are very proud, from L&T, we serve to almost all the shipyards in India, and almost 60 to 65% of the equipment which gets fitted on a frontline warship comes from our stables. And this is what we have been trying to now export to all the other countries, and we've been successful fairly now. Our journey has not been very, it's been in the recent past only in 5 to 6 years, but we have progressed quite well. Today, we are supplying complete weapon equipment systems to neighboring countries. We have partnered not only on a private model, but we have big brothers like Bell, BDL, OFB supporting us, all these public sector enterprises supporting us. We have also gone to other countries where we have taken shipyards together as joint partners in our endeavor to sell ships and platforms. You asked a typical question that how equipped is L&T? For us, the sky is not the limit, okay? L&T is known in this country as well as abroad to do the biggest, the largest, and the kinds. So for us, that challenge is nothing at all. I can just give you an example. When Jayant was earlier talking about the 152 millimeter 52 caliber gun program that we undertook. We got the order in 2018, and we delivered 100 tanks in just 1.5 years. As we sit here today, our 96th tank or gun system is being rolled out from our company, and we will be finishing the 100th one in this month itself. So how did we do this? From a scratch, we developed a complete armored system complex, built the complete infrastructure, absorbed the complete technology. Our partners are Koreans from Hanwha. We absorbed the entire technology from them and delivered the system. So today, it's a collaborative approach that we have to perform, and we need to perform in that sort of an atmosphere everywhere. So collaboration is the word, and we see in this region or whichever region we are working in, that we can work not only with equipments, with platforms and systems. And I will sincerely urge the Navy, Indian Navy, to consider this, that you should be able to give us the designs. You have n number of designs that you have developed and you patented for. Why can't you, give some of those designs to the shipyards, and we can participate with those designs in the foreign countries and help all the other countries for the export purposes. To tell you, I have been traveling in this international market for the last 10 years. We have also got inquiries for submarines. And believe me, at L&T, we are a small company that way, because we are, after all, a business company. We can't be putting so much money into R&D, but still we are developing our own R&D. Through our own R&D, we are developing a conventional submarine model, a design, and we are going to offer that to some countries who have asked for that. So this is our vision, that we want to get into there, because if we can build a nuclear-powered submarine in our country, what is a conventional submarine? It's just a derivative of that. So we are very confident on that, and we will be putting this also into the open market, and we will be exploring all this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Commodore Nagpal, in recent years, GSL has also undergone, a phase-wise modernization program. Could you share with the audience, both present as well as online, how infrastructure augmentation has allowed you to expand your product portfolio?
Yeah, thank you, Jan. In fact, the first session that we had from Director General of Coast Guard, most of the offshore patrol vessels that you saw taking part in firefighting, pollution control, search and rescue, in fact, they have been made by Goa Shipyard Limited. In fact, 80% of the Coast Guard fleet is today ours. We have a 26-acre spread out Goa Shipyard. Around 10 years back, we decided to go for a modernization for a new project. We spent around close to 1,300 crore. And this modernization, today we have advanced 6,000 ton ship lay, a lot of hard standing area. We have huge workshops, making entire ships in modular construction inside these workshops. But I must tell you, in terms of quantitative, last nearly 7-8 years, not a single ship we have delayed. All have been delivered before time. We are into 3 verticals: ship repair, shipbuilding, and of course we have another section which is called a general engineering section. As far as our modernization is concerned, we were earlier making close to 4 OPVs. If I quantify it, today we can make around 14 OPV of 105 meter length at various stages of construction. In terms of throughput of steel, we have increased from 4,000 ton to 15,000 ton of steel. Today we have orders for 5 OPVs to frigate class. We have upgraded ourselves. We have gone into commercial shipbuilding. We have gone into inland waterways. We have into large number of training simulators. I must say that this is one of the today most modern yards in the medium category, which is looking forward to a very fast rate of growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Commodore. Moving away from platforms, if we could talk a little bit about emerging trends. Mr. Gautama, systems have to be continually upgraded and redesigned to suit the changing dynamics of warfare. And today we are seeing this discourse developing, which was highlighted during DEF Expo also, regarding the digital transformation of defense. How is BEL supporting the Indian Navy in that?
First of all, let us understand the need for digitization. The future battles or missions are going to be very intense in nature. They demand collaboration among the elements of the fleet and also among the other services, be it Air Force or Army or Coast Guard, etc. And sometimes in a specific mission like anti-piracy, you need to collaborate even with the foreign forces. So you can only have collaboration among the elements of a fleet or a network only when the actionable information can be shared among them. And this is possible only when the information is available in digital domain. So today, you need the internal network of a element in a fleet, or the external network must be on a IP domain. The sensors must all give digitized data so that an actionable information can be extracted from the sensors. The journey towards digitization and modernizing of Navy started late 80s, and today every naval ship is fitted with a combat management system which gives in a digital form the actionable information to the commander of the ship. So we have digitized all the sensors, be it electronic warfare, be it radars, be it sonars, be it electro-optic sensors, etc. We ensured that the communication, both intra and inter, is on IP domain and IP networking. We have today the advanced software-defined radio networks which intercommunicate between the elements of the fleet and also with the other services. Now, Navy is posed to graduate to the next level, to the net-centric operation. So that is going to be realized very shortly in next 2 to 3 years. Otherwise, as a platform today, the Indian Navy is fully modernized and fully digitized. Thank you.
I'd just like to probe a little bit deeper into the theme of digitization. Rear Admiral Harish, Industry 4.0 technologies could, be the key to unlocking future competitiveness. Is this being factored into our approach in terms of design and manufacturing?
If you see, Industry 4 is the fourth industrial revolution, and primarily it talks about smart factories or smart shipbuilding process. Basically, there are a large number of decision support tools in design, manufacture, and also in life cycle maintenance. So if you see the sphere of design, it is changing because computational fluid dynamics has come into the realm and is being increasingly used to reduce the matrix for model tests, because the model test tanks are heavily booked and getting time there is difficult. So you want a larger number of parametric variables can be studied through CFD so that you reduce the window which needs to be actually tested. Also, the Hello and Ship interface has a big role to play, and there again CFD has been utilized. I'm talking specifically in terms of design. Of course, 3D CAD and PDM, PLM, which I mentioned in my presentation. We are increasingly using real-time approval of drawings, so collaborative drawings which the 3D CAD model is held in the lead shipyard, and it is accessed by the designer, seen on the screen in real time and approved. So that's a good way of collaborative development. If you look at some other features of Industry 4, like big data analytics, we are developing a software for feedback analysis, because there's so many platforms getting constructed, and our basic purpose is to ensure that the crew is satisfied and happy with the platform that we create. So whatever feedbacks come to them, from them, we want a tool available to the designer when he approves the drawings, rather than searching too large amount of data. We have used extensively because we have facilities, and this has been a real game changer in a way, because the users can tell us, they can visualize better, because every user cannot read drawings. So if you can visualize better and he gives input, those changes are soft changes, and then we don't waste money in terms of time and cost. So there has been a huge savings on line-out inspections carried out in the yards. That has been a significant help for us. AI, MDL that I am aware of, they've used AI for analysis of the radiographs from the radiographic non-destructive testing of the welds, which brings in a lot of savings in terms of effort that is involved. They're also moving towards UT based NDT, therefore eliminating the need for RT, and RT, as you know, has got safety requirements. You have to do it at night. It actually impinges on your productive time. So that's a significant improvement. Augmented reality is like Google Maps, and we are buying tools for our overseeing teams. It means an immersive experience that we would like to use. Digital twin, as I mentioned. Digital twin is more of a buzzword used everywhere, but we have to carefully understand that if you really want to use digital twins, it has to move from an equipment level to platform level. And for equipments, you have to develop simulation models. That means if you observe certain parameters on board, how does it trigger you to find out what kind of maintenance challenges will come up in the operational cycle. Additive manufacturing, 3D printing is known. I don't want to dwell much on it, but it has been successful as far as high density polyethylene. The industry has matured quite a bit, but for powder metallurgy, it is a work in progress, and hopefully we'll be there to manufacture spares for ships. Engine components, I have seen on the net that Indian industry has already used powder metallurgy to manufacture engine components. So the challenges that we have in incorporating Industry 4, just pointed references. One is, of course, cyber security, which is of great concern, that the data that is shipped on Internet of Things needs to be encrypted and secured very well, because that's large amount of classified information. Many of the AR technologies are on 4G, 5G. Again, connectivity issues are there, especially if you're working inside the platform. There'll be connectivity issues, so that needs to be resolved. We also need investment and training of people, a secure cloud, And in warship design, we need collaborative working. So definitely this could be a game changer in the times to come. I won't take too much of time. We just end my response by saying this is work in progress and it is critically required to enhance our competitiveness. Thank you.
So Industry 4.0 is helping with cost savings as well as condensing timeline, but it's also a double-edged sword in terms of data and encryption. Today's panel discussion falls within the larger ambit of maritime cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. So I'd like to at least probe a little bit more on that with the little bit of time we have left. Commodore Nagpal, can you talk to us a little bit about some of the major ongoing products that GSL has and what are the opportunities for cooperation with foreign coast guards and navies in terms of exports as well?
GSL, has built and delivered 214 ships and 57 GRP boats today. We have been also in the field of exports. We have exported offshore patrol vessels, fast attack crafts, and fast intercept boat to our neighboring countries. Now the products which are on offer to the Indian Ocean region, and most of these countries require patrol vessels. They do not require much bigger platforms like frigate or destroyers. We have an offer, and we have been offering to Indian Ocean region 90 meter to 105 meter offshore patrol vessels to their design. We have also offered 50 meter fast patrol vessels. Then we have offered fast interceptor boat, landing craft utility, interceptor patrol boats. I have a small little clipping for 2 minutes. Can I request to show this clipping? This is a, we have designed an offshore patrol vessel for IOR countries for purpose of standardization, net-centric warfare. So I will request my colleague to say.
GSL presents an OPV for the Indian Ocean region. A most versatile, multi-dimensional platform designed to meet the challenges of the Indian Ocean region. The signature creation of India's largest ship exporter. The new version 105 meters advanced offshore patrol vessel. Delivering dominance with reliability. What makes the new version 105 meters OPV the right choice? Its proven design, standardization, seamless, secure, reliable, and high-speed voice and data communication and connectivity in 3 dimensions with contemporary equipment. Onboard network-centric operations, presentation of real-time tactical picture with integration of onboard and standalone sensors. Cost benefits through a proven legacy. Economies of scale through optimal component costs. Readily available service and maintenance facilities. As an additional advantage, GSL is confident to develop local service and maintenance facilities for repair and refit in all IOR countries. Meeting dual classification 105 meters OPV is a genuine multi-role sea craft. It is designed to patrol, police, perform search and rescue, conduct surveillance and anti-smuggling operations, and is capable of external firefighting and pollution response operations. Goa Shipyard Limited. Over 6 decades of redefining shipbuilding excellence.
Thank you very much. This is the one product that we want to sell all across IOR countries. The benefits that you have seen in the slide. Thank you.
So the OPV, one of the standout products for GSL. Mr. Nair, as Head of International Business for L&T, how are you? What is your strategy for exports in the Indian Ocean region?
See, we are looking at not only platforms, but we are looking also at all kinds of equipments and systems which can be given for various shipyards. We have today reached out to almost all the shipyards in this region, as well as the Middle East, as far as Latin America also goes. And we are also looking at selling unique weapon system solutions, like ASW solutions, which India has, the complete suite of solutions. And so we are looking at giving layouts, a shipyard, also, like assistance in various countries to give a complete shipyard layout or construction of a shipyard, setting up of jetties, construction of jetties and things like that, and including ship lifts. We have a unique product which we have developed, and it's one of the largest in this part of the world. It's a unique ship lift that we have of capacity of 26,000 tons. Today we are pitching in Australia. They are coming in with a big ship lift requirement, and we are pitching in strongly there, and we have reached out to them. So there is a lot of scope, and the ship lift, it's a unique system that we have developed, and it's very, very well priced and very, very competitive. As we were mentioning earlier, that competitiveness is very important key in international business. Yes, of course it is, and that's what we are looking at. We have developed also the unique solution for the Indian Navy, the floating dock. It's one of its unique kind. The entire design was done by us, and we have built that in record time. And we are trying to offer this kind of solutions to also all the countries across and around us where they need similar kind of floating docks, and we have that unique capability to do it totally in-house and work it out. So as Larsen & Toubro, we are looking at expanding not only in the equipment fit listing, whether it's hull equipments or engineering equipments or weapon equipments, but also the complete platforms and systems, and being a total integrator for these kind of solutions. So it's quite exciting times, and I don't want to reveal some numbers out here, but I can tell you in the days to come or the years to come, not just because of this corona, otherwise we could have been at a different platform by this time in some of the programs that we were pursuing. Thank you.
Mr. Gautama, Bell has been working on the ambitious coastal radar surveillance system, which is being adopted by our IOR partner countries. What has the feedback been from the end users, and what are some of the other opportunities that you're exploring?
We were able to build a successful product, coastal surveillance system. We thank Indian Coast Guard for having belief in Bell. The system what we have developed is very unique. It just not only has got a radar as a primary sensor, it has got day-night electro-optics, and other host of sensors are available there, including weather and etc. It also has got maritime band radio communication. It is a multi-hierarchical software that we have developed, where from command control anywhere you can address the intruding platform. Now this system is accepted in couple of IOR region countries. We have established in Seychelles, we have established in Maldives, we have established command controls in Sri Lanka, and we are looking for many other countries. This is one of the most attractive product. Many of the IOR countries are keen in getting the coastal surveillance established. Another good here collaboration is IOR countries. This maritime data can be shared among them. This system can be connected via SATCOM, and the complete data can be available with the Indian Coast Guard headquarters, and also it can be given to the selective friendly countries. So we have a very good product, competitively priced, and we are sure that in coming years with the support from the government, we will be able to establish it in many more countries.
Rear Admiral Harish, you wanted to say something about cooperation with IOR countries?
I just like to respond to what Manda Nair said about export possibilities and how DG&D can say in very short, because I know the time is running out. First is that all future RFPs will have detailed design IPR with IN, so we can then construct in multiple yards, also get the benefit of standardized design. The second thing is there is a new section C in the new DAP, which means the Navy will do the preliminary design, but it will still be on competitive basis. Third is we are also looking at possibilities for tying up with the shipyards for exports and help them in design. But in terms of, we'll have to look at ways and means of enhancing our capacity. Thank you very much.
I think just to tie up today's discussion, I'd like Vice Admiral Nithani to just talk a little bit about the next or the plans for the Indian Navy.
Thank you all panelists, because I think all of you have been very candid and said whatever is actually happening in your organizations. As far as the Navy is concerned, Admiral Harish has already shown you what all 42 ships and submarines are under construction. We have 27 more to be contracted soon. There are 6 of these next generation missile vessels, 2 multi-purpose vessels, 4 cadet training ships, 11 next generation OPVs, and 4 fleet support ships. And the RFP for 75 India also should come soon, and that is a strategic partnership. And we also have an RFI soon on 7 next generation FACs. So this is in the near future, which will be contracted soon. As far as the discussions are concerned, I think all the shipyards and all the PSUs, BEL are very, very capable. And I think this export thing will help us in the Indian Navy, because we have issues of numbers. So whenever we give orders, the numbers are very few. So somehow the shipyards and Bharat Electronics will have to get more orders from somewhere else and export to IOR or other agencies is a positive development. I'm very happy to hear from L&T that they are looking in constructing a conventional submarine for some country. GSL is looking for exporting the AOPVs. BEL is anyway having tie-ups already with the foreign vendors. We know that GRSC is just tied up with Guyana for some vessel. CSL, Cochin Shipyard, has tied up with Norway. So overall, if they get business from some other place, then our small numbers will not come in the way of them developing further. Finally, I think they should consider it on 3 C's, that is capability enhancement, that is either the design capability or their infrastructure. They have to build up more, and I think they'll be able to do it. Capacity enhancement. One way is that if you don't have the area, they can tie up with smaller shipyards and subcontract to them. And then, as was brought out, if we have that integrated and modular construction, they'll be able to join them. And the last is cooperation, because as was brought out, we have less design capability in the country as such. So anywhere we have some innovative solution in one yard, we should be able to share it with the other yards. Any problems coming up, whether of shafting or alignment of a weapon system, and there should be some forum where we can exchange and what solutions were brought out, so that we don't have to discover the wheel again in the other shipyards. Overall, I think I feel that we have tremendous potential in the country as far as shipbuilding is concerned, and this seminar was a step in the right direction, that we have showcased whatever capabilities we have to the IOR region also. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of today's panel discussion. One of my favorite quotes has always been that to be secure on land, we have to be supreme at sea. And I think on the strength of today's discussion, we're well on the way to achieving that feat. I'd like to thank all our panelists here today for their opinions, for their thoughts and their knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And with that, we come to the end of today's seminar. I would like to request Brigadier S.K. Chatterjee, the editor of Bharatshakti.in, to propose the vote of thanks. But before that, a quick introduction. Brigadier Chatterjee is an artillery officer, retired as a DDG-PI of the Indian Army. He's a prolific writer who has authored and co-authored a couple of books. He writes extensively in publications globally. All those of you who took out the time to come to this seminar, thank you very much. Thank you all for your support. Sushil, thank you very much for your support. I'm signing off. Thanks. Brigadier Chatterjee.
Thank you, Nilanjana. I'll be very brief. We all, I guess, a little delayed, and I'm sure some of us have to at least pick up a flight also, perhaps. So, the vote of thanks, my privilege. I would like to thank the Ministry of Defence, first of all, for having given Bharatshakti an opportunity to conduct this kind of an event, which is as good as any other international event. Our partners, I would like to thank them, Indian Coast Guard. Thank you so much. Without you, it would not have been possible for us. Invest India, similarly, you've done such a wonderful job. You've got so many people together on the dais. All the speakers, I'm not going to be giving out individual names, etc. There's not enough time for it either. Please be thanked profusely for having spent your time here on the dais and having informed us so much in detail about so many issues that are important to us geopolitically in the IOR, as also the business climate that is building up in IOR. I would like to thank Captain Roy Joseph and his team for the logistical support throughout since the time of inception of the subject of the seminar until now. Thank you, Wizcraft. I think they did a wonderful job. For once again, they've been giving us this support. They did in the previous edition also, and now again. Like to mention especially Gunjan and his team, especially Shushil. And finally, thank you, Nilanjana, of course. You won't like it if I forgot to. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who's under this roof and who has sat under this roof for this seminar. Thanks, everybody.